Session is resumed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, upon clarification, we do not have the exact records of how funds are being sourced by the NTF-LCAC, and we have committed to the Honorable Representative Manuel that it will be submitted by the Office of the President to his office. Mr. Speaker, dear colleague.
Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge that response. Bagamat kailangan din natin kilalanin na napunta tayo sa ganitong sitwasyon. We had to suspend for some time dahil hindi nga mapalitaw ng NTF-LCAC sino ba yung gumagampan ng task ng pagiging treasurer nila. Coming from various youth and student organizations, supposedly yung kahit anong grupo ay meron talagang nakatakdang ingat yaman. Yun, Mr. Speaker, yung nagtitake note ng lahat ng pumapasok na pera, ninonote din yung lumalabas na pera, Mr. Speaker. Kasi example, if I am to ask right now, saan napunta yung 15 million pesos na binigay ng PAGCOR sa NTF-LCAC, hindi din yun masasagot nung National Secretariat ng NTF-LCAC na nakabase sa Office of the President. Now, 15 million pa lang yun galing sa PAGCOR. Hindi pa natin alam kung magkano din yung mga nasolicit ng NTF-LCAC mula sa iba pang mga revenue-generating branches ng ating gobyerno, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we understand the valid concern, the very valid concern of our dear colleague, and the Office of the President will act on that concern to make sure that funds being sourced and disbursed by the NTF-LCAC are properly monitored. Mr. Speaker, dear colleague.
Now, Mr. Speaker, dahil kung paano nag-handle ng pera yung NTF-LCAC, hindi nga malinaw sa taong bayan, then it would be reasonable to doubt kung paano din siya gagasta for 2023. At this point, Mr. Speaker, ay meron na bang listahan din ng various fund sources yung NTF-LCAC for the coming fiscal year across all branches of government?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, as previously mentioned, wala po sa amin yung records. So pati yung pagkakagastusan this year, wala pa pong records. But it will be addressed because it is a very valid concern, Mr. Speaker, dear colleague.
Mr. Speaker, for 2022, yung NTF-LCAC ay meron siyang funding dun sa LGSF, support to the Barangay Development Program. Programmed appropriation po siya, 5.624 billion pesos. Pero merong 10.545 billion pesos na unprogrammed appropriations. Sa punto pong ito, Mr. Speaker, ay nahanapan na ba ng fund sources yung 10.545 billion? At meron na rin bang mga programs, activities, or projects na pinagamitan ng perang ito?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, wala pa po. Wala pa pong napondohan po dyan sa 10 billion na unprogrammed.
Mr. Speaker, if our sponsor would indulge, pwede po paulit nung response.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, doon po sa unprogrammed, wala pa pong, hindi pa po napopondohan yung unprogrammed na 10 billion, Mr. Speaker, dear colleague.
Now, Mr. Speaker, napansin natin na noong 2021 ay meron ng line item for the Ncip. At merong portion doon na naging LGSF. Ibig sabihin ay inallocate para doon sa LGSF natin. Now, yung LGSF, doon din kinukuha or doon din nakapailalim yung support for the Barangay Development Program, Mr. Speaker. For 2023, meron bang posibilidad na may bahagi ng Ncip na later on ay magiging allocation for the support to the Barangay Development Program, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, ano po yung ibig sabihin ng sip-sip?
Yung sip-sip yun po yung na-bring up din ng mga nakaraang deliberations natin, yung isa sa mga malalaking lump sum na nasa unprogrammed appropriations ng 2023 proposed national budget. And we have also observed, Mr. Speaker, na yung sip-sip ay nandyan na rin siya noong 2021. At gusto nating malaman, Mr. Speaker, kung yung nangyari noong 2021 na yung portion ng sip-sip ay naging LGSF, would that also be possible ngayong 2023?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, yung sinasabi po ay nalinipat sa LGSF ay noong 2021. Pero noong 2022 po, hindi na po nangyari yan. At ngayon 2023, hindi na po mangyayari po yan. Mr. Speaker, dear colleague.
Mr. Speaker, what are our assurances na hindi po siya mangyayari? Lalo na yung sip-sip ay isang lump sum fund at pwedeng later on pa itakda kung para saan magagamit yung kabuuan o bahagi ng mga pondo na yon, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think the assurance is by the fact na hindi na po ginawa yan noong 2022, hindi na rin po gagawin ngayon 2023 na maglipat from the SIP-SIP to the LGSF. Mr. Speaker, dear colleague.
So Mr. Speaker, sa ngayon mas through our words, no, yung assurances at sana nga ay mapanghawakan po natin yan. No? Lalo na't given nga yung naging track record ng NTF-ELCAC na hindi siya ganun ka-transparent kung paano siya naghahanap, nagko-collect ng kanyang fund sources at paano niya yun ginagasto, ayaw natin yung ganung posibilidad, Mr. Speaker. Now, actually, I'm about to wrap up sa aking interpellation. Ang huling bahagi po ay mas paglalahad na lamang nitong kasaysayan ng pagpopondo sa NTF-ELCAC, Mr. Speaker. Noong 2019, meron lamang siyang 2.013 million. Ito ay nirealign mula sa mga pondo ng Ncip. Ganun po ka-loyal yung Ncip sa objectives nitong NTF-ELCAC. Siya lang po yung may ganun for 2019. 2020, ang total na pondo na pasakamay ng NTF-ELCAC across various agencies, take note, mula 2 million, naging 2.456 billion. More than 1,000% po yung naging paglundag doon. 2021, 19.327 billion pesos. For 2022, kung isasama po yung programmed appropriations, pati yung unprogrammed appropriations, nasa 17.225 billion pesos. Now for 2023, Mr. Speaker, ang breakdown po natin, 100 million sa Office of the President, 85 million sa DILG, sa PNP nasa 1 billion, NCIP 43 million, NAPC, meron din siyang portion para sa NTF-ELCAC, Mr. Speaker. National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, 15 million. At maging sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno na nagpo-provide ng social services, Mr. Speaker, DSWD, Department of Agrarian Reform, Department of Agriculture, TESDA, and of course, Department of National Defense, tsaka AFP. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, with these updated figures, including yung 100 million na nakuha po natin ngayong umaga, ang total po, minimum na budget ng NTF-ELCAC, dagdag pa sa 10 billion na Barangay Development Program, ay 1.39 billion pesos. And historically, Mr. Speaker, if we are to add the programs doon sa agencies with social services, ang madadagdag pa sa pondo na nasa clout ng NTF-ELCAC ay 922 million pesos for 2023, Mr. Speaker. Ganon kalaki yung pera para dyan. Now, hiwalay pa, Mr. Speaker, yung confidential and intelligence funds ng Office of the President. Para po ma-appreciate ng taong bayan yung magnitude ng 4.5 billion pesos, yan po, Mr. Speaker, ay equivalent sa salary increase ng 460,000 teachers na isa po sa mga campaign promises ng kasalukuyang administrasyon. Equivalent din po ang ganong amount sa 368,000 non-teaching personnel na pwedeng mabigyan ng salary increase. 6,800 classrooms na pwedeng ma-repair o ma-rehabilitate. 31,200 sets of school seats. Pag-hire ng 9,300 nurses para sa ating mga paaralan. 1.6 million additional beneficiaries ng DSWD Educational Assistance o 440,000 na recipients ng 10,000 pesos student aid. Pwede din 74,000 na mga beneficiaries ng tertiary education subsidy ng CHED na based on our current budget proposal ay hindi makakatanggap ng bagong applicants yung Commission on Higher Education. 4.5 billion equivalent din po sa 294,000 CHED tulong-dunong scholars or 700,000 classrooms with improved ventilation based on the latest COVID-19 protocols. With that, Mr. Speaker, this representation calls for the realignment of confidential and intelligence funds to much needed social services. Of course, notwithstanding yung maidadagdag pa kapag na-realign din ang pondo ng NTF-ELCAC. Yun na lamang, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat sa ating sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, maganda naman po ang layunin ng NTF-ELCAC. No? It is to end armed conflict. No? So, ang delivery po nito ay the same social service or similar social services to the ones being mentioned by our dear colleague. So, thank you very much, dear colleague, and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Representative Raul Manuel. Mr. Speaker, may I move to recognize Representative Paul Dasa of 1st District of Northern Samar.
The gentleman from the 1st District of Samar, Representative Raul Ardaza, is recognized. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's 1st District, Northern Samar. Good morning to everyone, and we would like, in behalf of the members of the minority, would like to express our gratitude to the new Executive Secretary for his personal presence here, Executive Secretary Bersamin, and the Special Assistant to the President, former colleague, Antun Lagdameo. Mr. Speaker, having no more members of the minority who wishes to interpolate, I move to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate for the budget of the Office of the President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the minority in their motion to terminate the deliberation on the proposed budget of the Office of the President. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a joint motion to terminate the interpolation on the proposed budget of the Office of the President. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The proposed budget of the Office of the President is hereby terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Si
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the interpolations on the proposed budget of the Presidential Management Staff.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the presence of our former colleague, Secretary Zenaida Angping of the Presidential Management Staff.
Secretary Angpin, welcome to the House of Representatives.
Honorable Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, Elizalde Co, to deliver his sponsorship speech. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my privilege and honor to sponsor the budget of the Presidential Management Staff. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Minority Leader, Nonoy Libanan, for his interpellation. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Libanan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, the Office of the Presidential Management Staff, headed by the Honorable Zenaida Angpin. Mr. Speaker, it appears that nobody from the Office of the Minority would like to interpolate the budget of the Office of the Presidential Management Staff. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the interpellation on the budget of the Presidential Management Staff. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellations on the part of the majority is one with the minority in their motion to terminate the deliberations on the proposed budget of the Presidential Management Staff. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Presidential Management Staff. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The interpellations on the proposed budget of the Presidential Management Staff is hereby terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session
Thank you,
suspended.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Here's the floor. Here.
Amigos.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the interpolations on the proposed budget of the House of Representatives.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. Speaker, I stand corrected. The proposed budget of the Congress of the Philippines.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Ana Marie Villaraza Suarez, Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations.
The Honorable Suarez is recognized to sponsor the budget of the Congress of the Philippines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It is my honor and privilege to sponsor the budget of Congress of the Philippines for fiscal year 2023. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Florencio Gabriel Bem Noel of the Anwaray Party List
The Honorable Bem Noel is
for
recognized.
his interpellations.
Mopeng Akulup, Mr. Speaker. There being no member from the minority who wishes to interpolate on the budget of the Congress of the Philippines, I move that we close the period of interpolation and debate on the budget of the Congress of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in their motion to terminate the deliberations of the proposed budget of the Congress of the Philippines. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpolations on the proposed budget of the Congress of the Philippines. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The interpolations on the proposed budget of the Congress of the Philippines is hereby terminated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Congratulations.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Kong Mike.
Sige.
Clear. Ledak.
Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the proposed budget of the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Attorney Jill Bongalon to sponsor the proposed budget.
Attorney Bugalon is recognized. The Honorable Bugalon, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to sponsor and defend the budget of the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Mujib Hataman of the Lone District of Basilan.
The Honorable Hataman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the part of the minority, there being no members who wish to interpolate on the budget of LEDAC, I move to terminate the period of interpellation and debate. I so move.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpolations on the proposed budget of the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council.
There is a joint motion to terminate interpolations on the proposed budget of the LEDAC. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion's approved.
Mr. Speaker, motion to suspend session for...
Session suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Motion to suspend for a few minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the interpellation of the proposed budget of the National Commission on Indigenous People and attached agency of the Department of Social Welfare and Development.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion's approved.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the sponsor, Representative Midi Kua, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Kua to sponsor the budget of the NCIP. Please
Thank you.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are now ready to answer questions.
Majority Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative J.J. Romualdo for his interpellation.
The Honorable Romualdo is recognized to interpolate the sponsor of the NCIP budget. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Honorable members, if we still have time, I really want to defer the budget again of NCIP. But since, in fact, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I'm already absent in the commission appointments, and there are 3 ambassadors that we really want to confirm this afternoon. However, I was really waiting for this budget of NCIP, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, because there is no NCIP in Camiguin. And why are they insisting that they want to go to Camiguin? And surprisingly, they want to survey the area as ancestral domain, which that is our ASEAN heritage of the province and Hibok-Hibok volcano, the famous Hibok-Hibok volcano. So for me, why should are they land grabbers? Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, when I was governor for 15 years, 3 terms, then mayor, then governor, 15 years total, where I went back to Congress. I told them, you can put office, but never put there an NCIP. My grandfather, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the father of the late Congressman Pedro Romualdo, he speaks fluently Kinamigin. But he never insisted that he is an NCIP. And here is this town in Sagay. Ang problema dyan, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, nag-away na yung dalawang grupo na sila daw, si Dato Buhi, Patay Buhi, si Dato Buhi, Patay. Nag-awayan na sila dahil 20,000 lang po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I was so surprised. I told them, you stop your shenanigans here in the province. Tapos, ang worst, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, nag-coordinate pa sila yung persona ng Grata. In fact, the AFP filed a case against them as group, nag-MILF ko, no? Illegal lahat. And no less than Secretary Galvez issued officially that they are bogus governor. And why are they insisting? Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as I said, just because this town can speak our language na Kinamigin, they considered already as NCIP. And wearing this vest, different colors, I don't know where their underwear, if also the same. So funny. And you know, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for the information of this NCIP, these people are almost of my age. Ilang beses na ho, pumutok yung bulkan ng Camiguin. Sabi ko nga, gusto nyo kunin because we already have a road. Gusto nila kunin yung Hibok-Hibok at saka ASEAN heritage. Sabi ko, we have 14 volcanoes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Why don't you get the 14 volcanoes na lang? Ba't nyo pinipili yan? So, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, if only we still have time, I really want to defer this budget of NCIP. Kung gusto namang pumunta doon eh. certain acting regional director Leslie Plaza na gustong pumunta, wrote my mayor in Sagay. Sipin mo, papasok sila, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, community delineation team. Land grabber pala itong mga ito. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I cannot understand. As I said, yung I think 2 or 3 groups na kunwari sila daw ang NCIP, nag-away-away. Nag-away lang nga for a certain amount. Hindi pa nagsuntukan, so natatawa na lang ako for this. So if only I have time, we still have time. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I really want to defer this budget because they will just come into your place without any notice at all. They want to put up an office. They are insisting that they want to sit in the Sangguniang Bayan Council. As I said, there is no NCIP in Camiguin. But on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, I am willing that we will pass this budget, but I want the NCIP. I don't want them to go to Camiguin and cancel this letter. Or else, puputok yung bulkan.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, may we request for 1 minute suspension?
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, we hear the Honorable Romualdo, and the NCIP commits to cancel the Camiguin mission. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you repeat it again, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor? I cannot hear.
Mr. Speaker, we hear the Honorable Romualdo, and the NCIP commits to cancel the Camiguin mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I'm a team player. Our Captain Ball is here, the Majority Floor Leader, looking at me. And of course, since then, in 1998, then up to 2007, I'm always a team player. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, during our first term, we were together, we were partners in basketball, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So with that assurance, Mr. Speaker, no, I don't want to derail the budget, our budget, with this. I don't care if they want to go to other provinces, but not in Camiguin. And the chair assured me on that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I'm so thankful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Mujib Hataman for his interpellation.
The Honorable Hataman is recognized to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor, Majority Leader. Maybe if I was Kong JJ Romaldo, sa tingin ko, pinadiffer ko na yung budget ng NCIP. But since I am part of the minority, I move to terminate the period of interpellation and debate. I so move.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the minority in their motion to terminate the deliberations for the proposed budget of the NCIP.
Thank you.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the NCIP. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The interpellations on the proposed budget of the NCIP is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Ako ang dapat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume the consideration of the debate on general principles and provisions.
Is there any
So moved, Mr.
objection? There
Speaker.
being none, motion's approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Representative Stella Kimbo of Marikina to sponsor the budget of the debate on general principles and provisions.
Honorable Kimbo is recognized to sponsor the debate on the general principles and provisions.
Mr. Speaker, I'm now ready to answer questions.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellations.
The Honorable Castro is recognized to interpolate. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Muli, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat at syempre po sa ating distinguished sponsor. So, mga ilang tanong po, Mr. Speaker, doon sa general provisions, particularly doon sa mga savings and incentives. Okay, so under the GAA 2022, priority in the use of savings, Mr. Speaker. So, dito sa GAA 2022, the priority in the use of savings shall be given to the payment of compensation, year-end bonus, cash gift, retirement, gratuity, etc., including the payment of CNA incentives and other negotiated benefits and subject to the provision of Section 79 of GAA 2022. Pero Mr. Speaker, under the NEP 2022, under Section 72, priority in the use of savings, ang napansin lang po natin dito, Mr. Speaker, ay yung tinanggal po sa NEP ng 2023 yung including the payment of CNA incentives and other negotiated benefits subject to the provision of Section 79, etc. So, nakalagay po doon sa Section 74 ng NEP, magmumula sa MOOE ang budget ng CNA. So, ang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, bakit po tinanggal yung mga CNA benefits to be included as from the savings?
Mr. Speaker, just to clarify, that particular phrase was actually added by Congress during the BICAM. So, which we can do again this time around, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, with that assurance, Mr. Speaker, have no further question for that. Okay? Next, on infrastructure. General principles on infrastructure, distinguished sponsor. So, under the GAA, meron po dito, no, implementation of infrastructure projects. So, there are letter A, B, and A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay? Pero po dito sa NEP ng 2023, Mr. Speaker, tinanggal po yung yung D, E, F. Ano po ba yung DEF? Ecosystems, functions, and services such as, but not limited to drainage, aquifer recharge, heat island effect, analysis of population dynamics, which would engender the requirements of solid waste and wastewater management and the need for softscape, etc. Yung letter D naman, a certificate of non-coverage of environmental compliance certificate is required prior to the commencement of government infrastructure projects covered by the Philippine Environmental Impact Statement System. And for letter F, in the analysis of projects, the National Economic Development Authority must take into account natural accounting and ecosystem services values over time and provide this information to NEDA board in its decision making. So yun po, tinanggal po yung sinabi ko, no, yung DEF. So pwede po bang malaman sa DBCC bakit po ito tinanggal, distinguished sponsor? Sir Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it's essentially the same answer. It was an amendment that was introduced during the BICAM, which again, we can consider for fiscal year 2023, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Under the GAA, on transparency in infrastructure project. So muli, Mr. Speaker, tinanggal na naman dito, no, yung, kasi mahalaga itong transparency in infrastructure project. Tinanggal yung letter C, quarterly status update including geotagged photos of the project, and in case the delay, state the reason. So mahalagang mailagay pa rin ito para na monitor natin quarterly yung nangyayari dun sa mga projects sa infra.
Mr. Speaker, it's the same answer.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Pero sa Section 25 po, Section 95, ayun na, hindi na ako magka-question kasi i-return. On cash-based budgeting. So dito po sa cash-based budgeting, sa ilalim po ng Section 63 of the NEP 2023, tinanggal yung yung sentence na except for transfers between LGUs, all balances of fund transfer between or among agencies, instrumentalities, GOCC, and LGUs, which, while obligated but not actually used, utilized, expended, or disbursed to pay or completed construction, goods delivered, and services rendered, etc., until doon sa may general fund. So muli, Mr. Speaker, bakit po tinanggal ang provision na to? Kasi sinasabi po ng DBM na yung pondo na itinatransfer sa mga LGU ay hindi marirevert back sa general fund kapag hindi ito ginamit.
Again, Mr. Speaker, that was an amendment introduced by the House during the BICAM for GAA 2022 and again can be considered for the GAB 2023, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you po, distinguished sponsor. Kasama rin po ba dito yung tinatawag nating yung sa lamsam na Growth Equity Fund and the Barangay Development Fund?
One-minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the Growth Equity Fund, just to clarify, if unused, that shall be reverted to the Treasury, and whatever provision was removed, seemingly removed, actually, just like my previous answers, that provision was actually introduced by the House during the BICAM for the GAA 2022, which we again can consider putting back for the JAA of 2023, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, however, the Growth Equity Fund and the Barangay Development Fund, which will be given to the LGU when it will not be used, should be revert back to the National Treasury.
Yes, that is correct, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker.
Dahil, Mr. Speaker, gusto lang nating matiyak yun, dahil sa pagbusisi po natin dito sa Growth Equity Fund, nakita natin na ito ay subsidy in the form of parang tingin ko ay lump sum, at saka yung Barangay Development Fund na kalakhan nito ay nasa project ng NTF-ELCAC. May mga hindi naman nagamit dahil sa mga questionable na mga bagay-bagay sa Barangay Development Fund. So kailangan mai-revert back after 2022 or 2023. Thank you for that clarification, distinguished sponsor. On the authority to use the savings. So again, Mr. Speaker, sa Section 74 of GAA 2022, muli tinanggal na naman natin o ano ba to, binalik ba natin o tinanggal natin? The DBM shall post on its website the savings of the national government agencies generated from the reports required under this section in order to account for the overall savings. Again, Mr. Speaker, tinanggal na naman yan sa NEP 2023. Mahalagang nakikita natin yung savings for the whole year, Mr. Speaker, para makikita natin sa Kongreso kung meron pa tayo mga natitirang savings.
Mr. Speaker, same answer. Ito po ay dinagdag nung BICAM noong 2022. Pwede natin gawin ulit para sa 2023, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Distinguished Sponsor. Dahil ang Kongreso ang may power of the purse, dapat alam natin sa Kongreso kung may savings na na-generate mula sa inaaprubahan nitong budget. So, ayan, dahil may assurance na po tayo na maibabalik ulit ito, assurance po natin yan, Mr. Speaker, para alam natin yung mga natitira pang mga budgets. Okay, next. Dito po sa under the NEP 2023, DBM inserted the following provisions. Ito, in-insert. Section 21.
Mr. Speaker? The questions for DBM might be better answered during the DBM schedule. We are now discussing DBCC, which is General Principles, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Okay, next, Mr. Speaker, on the Filipino First Policy, under the GAA 2022, yung Section 19, strict adherence to procurement laws, rules, and regulation under Section 19. So, ang daming mga dinilit, Mr. Speaker, on Section 19, on strict adherence to procurement law. Ang mga dinilit po ay in aid of economic recovery and pursuant sa Section 12, Article 12 of 1987 Constitution, the government or any of its instrumentalities shall give preference to materials and supplies made and manufactured in the Philippines in the procurement of goods and infrastructure projects. So bakit po ito tinanggal? Ito lang po yung proteksyon ng ating mga local, yung mga local products na dapat ay priority sila sa pagbili. Especially, mga uniforms ng mga government employees, uniforms ng mga teachers, dapat ang preference materials natin ay yung galing mismo sa local. So, hindi dapat matanggal yung provision na yon, Mr. Speaker. Meron din po, no, to this end, the DTI, DA, DOH, DBM, DOE, DPWH, etc., up to DOLE, and other relevant government agencies shall promulgate rules and regulations. So, ang request po natin, Mr. Speaker, sana hindi po yun matanggal dahil protection po yun nung ating mga local products.
Mr. Speaker, tinanggal po yan ng DBM in a way to promote competition. Alam naman po natin na kapag mas malawig ang kompetisyon among suppliers, whether Filipino or non-Filipino, bababa ang presyo. So in the end, aangat ang consumer welfare. So yun ang rationale kung bakit tinanggal. But again, they submit to the wisdom of Congress kung sa tingin po ninyo ay dapat itong maibalik sa GAA 2023. Yan naman po ay pwede po natin pag-usapan, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, alam naman natin sa competition, Mr. Speaker, pag galing sa abroad, siyempre bababa yung presyo, pero ako po, para mas mabuhay natin yung ating ating ekonomiya, lalong-lalo na dito sa mga garments, yung mga gawang atin, ay sana mailagay pa rin ito as a protective measures for our products po. Section 22, yung procurement of agri-fishery products. So, buong Section 22 po ay dinilit.
Mr. Speaker, same answer po. Yan po ay idinagdag natin sa BICAM para sa fiscal year 2022.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Pero idadagdag pa rin po natin. Para po rin ito sa protection natin sa agri-fishery products. Okay, on confidential funds. Under the NEP 2023, Section 78. Confidential funds. Confidential funds authorized in this act shall be released or disbursed only upon the approval of the Department Secretary concerned. Confidential expenses refer to those related to surveillance, etc. Agencies utilizing confidential funds shall submit to the President of the Philippines and both houses a quarterly report, etc. Implementation of this section shall be subject to COA, DBM, DILD, GCG, DND. Okay? So, ang tanong po, according to this section, Section 83 of GAA 2022, agencies utilizing confidential fund shall submit to the President of the Philippines and both houses of the Congress a quarterly report of the accomplishment in the use of funds. So, nasaan na po dito sa 2022 yung quarterly report ng confidential funds?
Mr. Speaker, ang tanong is nasaan na ang submission ng agencies? Mr. Speaker, if that is, tama po?
Yes, oo. Tsaka yung quarterly report on confidential funds?
Yan po ay, ang tanong po ba ay kung nasaan ang report or kung nasaan ang provision?
So, nasaan po dito yung provision sa under the NEP ng 2023, yung sinasabi nating both houses of the Congress a quarterly report?
Nandito pa rin, Mr. Speaker, but it is numbered as Section 78. Mr. Speaker. Section 78, page 1067, third paragraph, Mr. Speaker.
So, mahalaga po pag sinabi nating both houses of the Congress, we refer that to the House of Representatives and the Senate. Tama po. Yes,
tama po,
thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker.
Isa na lang po, on general provision on PWDs and senior citizens. Under the GAA 2022, mayroong ganitong provision, Section 36, Barrier-Free Environment. Pursuant to RA 7277, the Magna Carta for Persons with Disability, at saka yung BP 344, accessibility. So bakit po ito tinanggal sa NEP, Mr. Speaker? Dahil ito po ay isang provision na mahalaga para doon sa ating mga PWDs and senior citizen.
Tama po, dahil mahalaga po ang provision na yan. Ganon din po. Siya ay idinagdag natin ng bicameral conference para sa GAA 2022. Pwede rin natin gawin ulit para sa 2023.
So, bandang huli, Mr. Speaker, gusto ko lang tanungin sa DBCC. So, bakit po tinanggal itong mga mahalagang provision na ito na idadagdag na rin po naman natin pagdating ng bicameral? Kasi nakita naman natin sa ating mga deliberation kung gaano kahalaga itong mga provision na ito.
Well, una po, tatandaan po natin na ang benchmark ng executive ay ang NEP. So, una yan ang kanilang reference point, NEP rather than JA. And more importantly, ayon sa kanilang assessment, marami po dito ay reiteration lamang ng mga existing laws. Kaya minabuti nila para mas maging payak ang ating NEP ay tanggalin muna. But again, they will submit to the wisdom of Congress. Kung ano sa tingin natin ang nararapat ay susundan naman po nila, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So that's all po dun sa general provisions.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez of One Rider Party List for his manifestation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Gutierrez is recognized to interpolate. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member of the minority who wishes to interpolate, I move in behalf of the minority to terminate the period of interpolation debate on the general provisions and principles. Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Half of the majority, we join the minority in its motion to interpolate the interpolations on the debate on general principles and provisions. So, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion's approved. Congratulations.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the interpellations for NEDA. So move, Mr.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion's approved. We will now interpolate the budget of NEDA.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Stella Kimbo to sponsor the NEDA.
The Honorable Kimbo is recognized to sponsor the budget of NEDA. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Bernadette B.H. Herrera of Party List BH for her interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Herrera is recognized to interpolate the budget of NEDA. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon, Madam Sponsor. Actually, I will revolve my question only on one item, and this is with regards to the national ID. Ano na po ba ang konkretong balak dito ng PSA? Because apparently, ang daming complaints na yung ibang may ID na, after 3 months, burado na. Hindi na siya nababasa, hindi na siya readable, hindi na siya visible. And at the same time, na-hack yata yung ating data. So what is the plan of NEDA when it comes to this? Like ako, my own personal experience, nag-national ID po ako sa aming barangay sometime in March or April. But until now, September of 2022, I still haven't received my national ID. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, una sa lahat, lilinawin ng Philippine Statistics Authority na wala pong hacking na naganap. So, yun po, klaro, wala pong naganap na hacking.
I mean,
number two, tapusin ko lang po yung mga sagot dun sa tatlong katanungan. Number two, dun sa tanong na nabubura, inaamin naman po ng PSA na hindi 100% perfect ang ating mga IDs. So kung kayo ay kasama dun sa kakaunti na nagkaroon ng bura ang ID, ay yan naman po ay ire-replace ng PSA.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, I don't know if the tamang word is hacking, pero na-compromise ang data.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the PSA stands by its statement na wala pong ganyan na nangyari. No, hindi po na-compromise ang system ng ating national ID system.
Because I brought this up also in one of the budget deliberations last year na yung reputation yata nung sila rin yung may reputation ng nagkakaroon ng problema. Yung ating nakuhang systems provider, they have that reputation, that's why it was not surprising. But if PSA stands by it, then at least it's put on record. Pero Mr. Speaker, Mr. Presiding Officer, bakit po umaabot ng taon bago ma-issue ang national ID sa ating mga kababayan? And we have put in a lot of funds for this. I am just wondering kung bakit, ano po ba ang nangyari kung hindi na-compromise ang data? What is taking so long to print the IDs, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor? Doon po ba sa terms of reference, wala po bang time schedule na nakalagay para sa delivery nito?
Well, una sa lahat, as to the reputation of the supplier, again, they've done their due diligence at wala naman pong silang findings on the reputation of our provider. Number two, nagkaroon ng problema sa printers nung start ng project. So, kinulang ang ating printing capacity. Kaya to address that, dadagdagan po natin ng 2 printers ang ating national ID project. So hopefully with that, maka-deliver sila ng lahat ng IDs by June of 2023, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, meron po bang penalty clause doon sa ating supplier dahil sa tagal? Dahil hindi naman po natin kasalanan na hindi nila na-anticipate na kulang ang printers nila. For me, this is not an acceptable excuse, especially this is a billion contract. Ano po ang parusa sa mga supplier na ito?
Sa ngayon po, nire-review ng mga abogado ng PSA ang service level agreement. So, ang isang dahilan din kung bakit nagkaroon ng pagbagal ng pag-implement is of course the pandemic. Pero sa ngayon po, nire-review kung ano ang potential liabilities ng ating providers dito, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Presiding Madam Sponsor, actually, ang dami ko pong naibabang national ID in the 1st District of Quezon City and I'd like to thank PSA on that. So happy po ako sa service nila pagkuha ng data. Pero talagang ngayon, hinahabol po ako ng buong mamamayan ng unang distrito dahil kahit isa po yatang ID, wala pa pong nadidistribute mula nung nagsimula po kami. And I just want to put that on record that if it's a billion contract, hindi po natin dapat pabayaan na inefficient or nagkakaroon ng lack of anticipation. Kaya siguro isa sa mga tanong ko, meron po bang expertise ang PSA to handle this? Or is this better put na lang dun sa ating DICT or yung ICT office na meron po tayong in charge?
Dito po sa ating national ID system, lilinawin po natin na we take a whole of government approach to implement this project. In fact, hindi naman po mag-isa ang PSA. In other words, kasama rin nila dito ang DICT. So, kung sakaling walang kapasidad ang DICT, malaking problema na yon. So just to assure you, kasama po nila ang experts dito sa ating gobyerno.
Mr. Speaker, ano po ba ang rationale behind why we put it in NEDA to begin with? Why is it in PSA, yung budget na ito?
Well, it's with NEDA because PSA is attached to NEDA. And as we all know, PSA has the expertise when it comes to data collection. Sila po ang nagpapatakbo ng ating national surveys, tulad ng census, tulad ng Family Income and Expenditure Survey, tulad ng ASPBI, which is data from businesses. So sila po ang may expertise pagdating sa data collection and data handling. So minabuti na because they have that core competence, sa kanila na po napunta ang project.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, Madam Sponsor, I'd like to put on record that I think this has to be subject to review, considering what has been happening na sobrang delayed na ng delivery, kung talagang may kakayahan when it comes to analyzing kung sino yung tamang mga tao or supplier na mag-handle nito. Kasi hindi siya acceptable delay. Yung pandemic naman, sa data collection may effect yun hindi sa printing. So, hiwalay natin. Ang maging mabagal is yung pag-distribute and pag-print ng IDs. Data collection, of course, that's acceptable dahil nagka-pandemic tayo. But those na nakolektahan na po natin ng data, siguro we makapag-submit, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, ng concrete na plano ang ating PSA so that we can assess here in Congress kung tama po ba na nasa kanila ang pag-asikaso nito, considering that they've already failed us in the delivery of our IDs, tapos ang pangit pa ng mga ID, dun sa mga iilan pa lang na nakatanggap, nabubura pa daw po. I have pictures. I will send the Madam Sponsor and Mr. Speaker a copy. And I'll also send a copy of the reputation or yung mga naging bad experiences ng iba't ibang bansa with regards to the nanalong bidder po natin so that ma-appreciate po ng ating Madam Sponsor and Mr. Speaker where this representation is coming from. I'll provide your office a copy because a lot of other countries have already, I think parang disqualified or tinanggal na nila itong supplier na to, pero tayo po ina-embrace po natin sila. So I'll just submit that. Ayoko pong pagtalunan dito because this is a budget deliberation, but I would just like to put that on record and I hope that the PSA can submit a concrete plan as to what will happen to the national ID of our country. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we duly note the observations of Representative B.H. Herrera, but of course, the PSA will submit. But there are only two things that we need to remember pagdating sa milestones in the next 6 months. Number one is by end of 2022, the PSA will deliver 30 million physical cards and 20 million e-Phil ID cards. And number two, by the end of June 2023, as I had mentioned earlier, this number will further increase to 92 million, which covers most Filipinos aged 5 above. So yun po ang dalawang milestones na hihintayin po natin from the PSA. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Sorry, isang habol na Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Baka nga po in the absence of the printing, in the absence of the printers, baka immediately we could already send soft copies to all na nandoon sa database. If the database is intact, madali naman po sigurong mag-send. PDF format lang naman po yan sa lahat ng kumuha na po ng national ID so that meron sila kahit sa telepono po nila. Is
Yes,
that
and
possible?
Mr. Speaker, that is precisely why the e-fill ID card, yung E is the electronic, meaning
Yes.
the digital version. Kaya nga po, yan ang gagawin po nila while we are waiting to fully deliver by end of June 2023.
Ano po
Mr.
yung,
Speaker.
sorry, ulitin ko lang, ano po yung timetable nung sa E?
By end of 2022, so December 2022, 20 million e-fill IDs in addition to the 30 million physical cards. So 50 million more or less by the end of the year. And then in another 6 months, yung lahat na po, 92 million.
Thank you. Can we be assured that yung ID na i-release is of quality already, unlike the first batch that was released?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, they have that commitment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize our Minority Leader, Marcelino Nonoy Libanan, for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Minority Leader, Honorable Libanan, is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Honorable Distinguished Sponsor yield to some interpellation?
Gladly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. NEDA is a board headed by the Secretary. And by the President, I mean. And it tackles on priority economic projects which shall be prioritized by the administration so that it will uplift the economic condition of the country. Am I correct?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
In a meeting of NEDA last April 18, 2018, ay inaprubahan po ng NEDA ang pag-construct ng Matnog-Allen Bridge as one of the priorities. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Pagkatapos aprubahan ng NEDA, ito yung panahon na maghahanap ang ating gobyerno ng pondo para makonstruct po ito. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
April 19, 2018. Ang tanong ko po, ano po ang nangyari ngayon? Mukhang wala akong nakikita sa ating budget. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, just like all other big projects, ang unang hakbang ay ang feasibility study. Sa ngayon po, the pre-feasibility study conducted under the Infrastructure Preparation and Innovation Facility yielded an economic internal rate of return of 5.91%, which is lower than the ICC's threshold of 10%. So yun po ang naging resulta po ng pre-feasibility report. And according to that report, the deep water over a large length of the crossing presents the primary challenge along with the foundation ground conditions that may exist. In other words, meron pong physical conditions na ang dahilan dito because of limitations ay napakamahal na magiging project, especially relative to the benefits, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ang tulay pong ito ay, ang haba po ay 18.2 kilometers. Ang Allen San Antonio, 4.9 kilometers. San Antonio Capol is 8.5 kilometers. And Capol Matnog is 12 kilometers, Mr. Speaker. Ano po ang nag-conduct ng study nito at sinabing yung may limitation ito dahil sa lalim ng karagatan, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, it's the DPWH who conducted the study.
Mr. Speaker, may expertise ba ngayon ng ating DPWH para mapag-aralan po ito? Dahil napakarami na pong tulay na ginawa na napaka-sophisticated at napakahaba, katulad po ng Hong Kong to Macau na tulay. Mas mahaba po yan. At napakaraming expert na po dito ng mga international contractors na pwedeng mag-aral po nito. Kung pwede po ay mabisuhan po tayo dahil napaka-importante po ito na mag-uugnay ng ating bansa. Ang Luzon ang pinakamalaking isla ng ating bansa at pag nadugtong po ito, Samar is the third largest island in the Philippines. Ang problemahin na lang natin ay kung paano tayo makakonekta sa Mindanao. So, Mr. Speaker, pwede po bang magkaroon tayo ng international na pag-aaral na feasibility study dito at seryosohin po natin ito kung pwede po ito mangyari?
Mr. Speaker, itong pag-aaral na nabanggit ko kanina ay nagawa po noong 2019 pa. And at that time, ang findings po ng DPWH is that there is no available technology for a deep sea structure. In other words, masyadong malalim. At nung panahon na yon, wala pa silang nahahanap na available technology. But of course, it's 2022 today at baka naman po by this time ay nagkaroon na ng available technology. Kaya po ang NEDA po ay very open po na magkaroon po tayo ng muling pag-aaral, and this time kung hindi po kayo kumpiyansa sa DPWH, which is actually sila na po ang eksperto sa ating gobyerno pagdating sa infrastructure. Pero kung hindi pa tayo confident sa DPWH, bukas na bukas po ang NEDA na mag-engage po ng mga dayuhan na consultant para dito po, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I would suggest na sa ganitong mga struktura, ang mga leading po sa ating contractors ay ang bansa ng Japan at saka ng China. Kung maaari po, konsultahin po natin ito dahil may kasabihan po, Mr. Speaker, na kung gusto, maraming paraan. Kung ayaw, maraming dahilan po. So, yun po ang punto ko po. Na kung gusto natin yan, nakita naman natin na ang English Channel ay nilagyan na po dyan ng tunnel. Pero tayo po ay mahirap na bansa, alam natin yan. Pero napakalaki pong bagay. Dahil makikita niyo po, makukonekta ang Leyte sa Luzon at malapit na tayo sa Mindanao. Nung una po, ginawa po natin ang San Juanico Bridge. The longest bridge yun sa Asia. At Pilipinas po ang gumawa noon. At ngayon, panahon na rin po na kung pwede magawa po natin ito. Kaya nakikiusap po kami na seryosuhin po ito dahil malaking inaasahan ito ng taong bayan. Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker, at kung maaari, may sana magkaroon tayo ng positive recommendation sa NEDA tungkol po dito. Maraming salamat po, Madam Sponsor at Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Paul Daza of the 1st District of Northern Samar for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Daza is recognized. Please proceed with your interpellation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Good afternoon to my distinguished sponsor, Secretary Ncip Balisacan, and the other officials of NEDA, and the whole NEDA family. Will the sponsor yield?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Earlier, a colleague of ours had mentioned the many complaints about the national ID system. Is it correct that the legal basis for the national ID system was the 2018 law that created the Philippine Systems Identification Act. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And I think it's now commonly called PhilSys ID.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I know some of the officials are new to the agency and the other attached offices, but this representation has also received many complaints. In fact, in one text to me, they're calling PhilSys filthy-is daw, filthy-is. And let me highlight why I think some of our constituents, some of the public are complaining. Is it correct that the program for the national ID essentially started in 2018 and has been funded or appropriated by this House since 2018?
Mr. Speaker, so far, it's a total of 20 billion, 35 million, 400. And with a breakdown as follows. 2018, 2 billion, 2019, 2.096, 2020, 4.280, 2021, 6.818, 2022, 4.84. Total of 20.035, Mr. Speaker.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker. In fact, if you include continuing appropriations, the total available appropriations for this project is 28.4 billion pesos. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And may I ask, what was the total project cost initially, and what was the completion period of the project when he had started in 2018 or 19?
Mr. Speaker, the estimate was about 30 billion for up to 2024, Mr. Speaker.
No, Mr. Speaker, I had asked, initially, when the project was committed to, what was the total project cost when it started in 2018?
Well, I will reiterate my answer, Mr. Speaker. Initially, the idea was to spend about 30 billion for this project, and it was approved by the ICC, Mr. Speaker.
Initially. So what were the total amount of contracts awarded since?
There are separate contracts for card delivery, card production, and for consultancy services. For card delivery, a total of 4.26 billion. For card production, a total of 3.48 billion. And for consultancy services, 2.198, Mr. Speaker.
And that's essentially, Mr. Speaker, if I do the simple math, it's about close to 10 billion pesos.
Yes, and in addition, Mr. Speaker, 1.7 billion for registration kits.
Okay, 11.7 billion, so it's not 30 billion pesos.
Sorry?
So the total contract amounts for the various packages is more or less about 11 to 12 billion pesos and not 30 billion.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Speaker. But of course, we have to understand that you also have manpower requirements for the project. You have about 10,000 personnel deployed for this project. So that accounts for the difference between about 11 billion and the 20 billion so far that had been appropriated for this project, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, can I move to suspend, please?
Session suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to get the indulgence of our colleagues to please sit down and observe proper decorum so that we can go on with the session. So requested, Mr. Speaker.
Order in the House, please. The Honorable Dasa, please proceed with your interpolation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Of the close to 12 billion pesos awarded by the PSA, how much has been disbursed? And what is the accomplishment, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, of the 20.035, 14.4 billion pesos had been obligated. Mr. Speaker.
And what has been disbursed?
About 8 billion, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Of the projects awarded, as mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, what has been disbursed and what is the accomplishment of the 4 packages mentioned earlier that totals to about 12 billion pesos?
Of the 4.266 appropriated for card delivery, 500 million had been disbursed, and the reason for this is its payment on delivery terms. For the 3.48 billion for card production, about 600 million had been disbursed in favor of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. And of the 2.198 billion for consultancy services, about 1 billion will be disbursed by the end of 2022, Mr. Speaker.
And I think more or less it's less than 40% disbursed of the total awarded projects. I don't have a calculator with me, 30, maybe even less than 30%. Is that correct,
Mr. Speaker, the reason for that is because, again, the payment terms is payment upon delivery.
Okay. So the answer, Mr. Speaker, is yes.
Yes, with an
Thank you, Mr.
expectation
Speaker.
for that, Mr. Speaker.
Is the sponsor familiar with the IRR of RA 11055? It's the implementing rules and regulation of the National ID program.
Mr. Speaker, I can familiarize myself as we speak.
Well, allow me to share to my colleagues. In Section 8 of the IRR, which is labeled registration, letter A, it says registration centers. Every citizen or resident alien shall register personally in any of the following registration centers that have the necessary facilities to capture the information required to be contained in the registry. This registration center shall be made available 1 year after the effectivity of this act, which is, I believe, 2018. It lists PSA regional provincial offices, local civil registry offices, GSIS for its members and their dependents, SSS, its members and dependents, PhilHealth, and the list goes on. May I ask, NADA and PSA, how many, if we implemented registration in all these centers, how many would this be nationwide?
Mr. Speaker, about 10,000 registration centers.
Okay, I think the IRR was very good. It meant well to make it easier for all Filipinos to register and to get the national ID, which we all want, Mr. Speaker, because it will be so much easier to open a bank account when you want to go to GSIS or PhilHealth, get your passport, go to the BIR, even COMELEC, even for students in state universities, even for 4P families. They would be, the unbanked would be banked. That, I think, was the wisdom of the 18th Congress. So in the 10,000 centers that was identified by the IRR, how many are actually used for registration?
All of those, Mr. Speaker.
And how many of those 10,000 have actually registered, completed the process, and issued the national IDs nationwide? What percent would that be? Can I move to suspend, Mr. Speaker, not, so the time's not taken from my allocation?
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, if I may.
Session is resumed.
So 70 million individuals had been able to register through these 10,000 centers, and of those, 21 million had received their IDs, Mr. Speaker. And the reason for the difference is that there is a need to validate information that is provided upon registration, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a little bit of sugarcoating. I think we should be transparent and honest to the public. This is the House of the People. And to give everyone an idea, the total available appropriations that this House has given to this project is 28.4 billion pesos, Mr. Speaker. The sponsor agreed to that amount. The disbursement is 6.8 billion pesos. And if you do the simple math, disbursement as to total appropriations is 24% in the last 4 years. Is that correct, Madam Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, there's a slight discrepancy. Total appropriations is 20.035, not 28. And again, the reason for the seeming slow disbursement is because of the terms, which is payment shall be made upon delivery. And again, with the delivery of about 21 plus 20 by the end of the year,
Mr. Speaker.
Then the disbursements can be expedited, Mr. Speaker.
In our budgeting system, Mr. Speaker, may I enlighten the NEDA, and I'm sure they're aware, when we speak of total available appropriations, we include current year appropriations and continuing appropriations. It's not a discrepancy, it's 28 billion, and that's on the record, Mr. Speaker. And I'll say it again, that the disbursement of this 28 billion for the last 4 years is 6.8 billion, and the record speaks for itself. The disbursement as to total available appropriations is 24% since 2018.
Again, Mr. Speaker, it is not 28 billion, but rather 20.035 billion. So this is based on the records of the PSA. If Representative Daza here has a different source, then perhaps we can suspend session and we can compare. But based on the records, it's 20.035. And again, also, let me just add that based on the general provisions, GAA 2022, For MOOE, the deadline to spend all the funds is June of 2023. And for capital outlay, it's December of 2023. So given their current pace, they will surely be able to disburse 100% of whatever had been appropriated for them under the GAA 2022, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that, but I think the good sponsor is being misled by the resource person. When we say total available appropriations, it's not just current year or new appropriations, it includes continuing appropriations. And that's why when we do our obligation rate computation, our disbursement rate computation, and disbursement as percentage of total appropriations, it's 28 billion. And if you do the simple math of 6.8, it's 24% for the record. But I'll move on, Mr. Speaker.
And Mr. Speaker, perhaps Representative Daza can raise that question later on with the DBM. But as far as PSA is concerned, the only available funds that they have at this point in time for the PhilSys project is 20.035400 billion pesos, Mr. Speaker.
Should the sponsor insist, I will give way to that because I think that information is coming from the PSA. And obviously, they're not aware of the budgetary terminology. When we speak of total available appropriations, it is not just current appropriations, it includes continuing appropriations. But Mr. Speaker, I will not dwell on that because let me share, which I think the good sponsor can verify and agree with us, of all available appropriations, unused appropriations for the last 4 years is 14 billion pesos.
Again, Mr. Speaker, it is really because of the payment terms. We don't want to disburse unless deliveries had been made.
Mr. Speaker, my question was, is it correct that unused appropriations, meaning unreleased appropriations and unobligated allotments, since 2018 for this project is more or less 14 billion pesos?
It's about 10 billion pesos, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, at least the sponsor agrees and PSA agrees it's 10 billion pesos of unutilized appropriations for the last 4 years. How much is now the NEP allocation for the national ID system?
Mr. Speaker, for 2023, it's 2.056 billion.
Now, I question whether we should appropriate that for the national ID system when under the computation of the PSA itself, they haven't used 10 billion pesos for the last 4 years. Which brings me to the point, Mr. Speaker, if the PSA cannot pay because part of the contract is delivery first, then I think it's safe to assume that there are negative slippages or delays in this project. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, we do not deny that there had been delays in this project. And that's the reason for why BSP will engage an additional 2 printers para lang po mapabilis at masigurado po na ang 92 million Filipinos ay magkakaroon po ng ID by the end of June 2023. At kung hindi po natin bibigyan ng dagdag na appropriation para sa 2023, hindi po natin mababayaran ang mga IDs para sa ating 92 million Filipinos. So your suggestion, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, with all due respect, is seemingly counterproductive, Mr. Speaker.
I beg to disagree Mr. Speaker, because I think it is obvious that the project is delayed. There are complaints on substandard IDs, pictures getting erased, they're brand new. It's all over social media. In fact, in my own page, we get a lot of comments about the delays. And as I mentioned earlier, the bad product, and in fact, many have called it filthy-is instead of filthy-is, Mr. Speaker. Now, the vision, the wisdom of the 18th Congress that created the law for national ID was to make it easier for all Filipinos to do private transactions, to do government transactions. So may I ask, of that 20 million or so IDs issued, and I heard 50 million by year end, after 4 or 5 years, which offices now will accept these IDs? For example, GSIS, SSS, PhilHealth, DFA, LTO for driver's license, or BIR, COMELEC, are these IDs now allowed and honored by the government offices?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, all.
Okay, now I'm glad to hear that at least that's been done. Are the private banks now accepting these IDs as proof of identity to be able to open an account?
Yes, yes, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, just for your information, as a result of these IDs, 8.3 million bank accounts had been opened, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to hear there's some good news. But in the law that reorganized the Philippine Statistical System, RA 10625, Section 11, H, the national statistician is mandated to submit a report to the President of the Republic of the Philippines through the NEDA Director General on the activities of the PSA in the preceding year. Such reports shall also be submitted separately in the annual report to Congress during presentation of the President's budget. Has that been submitted? And may I request a copy of that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and a copy will be furnished to the good gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask the sponsor, my understanding is the national statistician, which heads PSA, is appointed by the President for 5 years. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Should that official hypothetically has made some grievous mistakes, has erred in a few things, what is the sanction to an appointed fixed 5 years for the national statistician?
Well, Mr. Speaker, just like any head of agency, they serve at the pleasure of the President, Mr. Speaker.
So the national statistician is at the mercy of the President, is that correct? They're not subject to impeachment like other fixed-term officials, like the Ombudsman, COA, even Supreme Court justices?
Mr. Speaker, our national statistician has a fixed term of 5 years, but again, I reiterate, he can be replaced anytime, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Speaker, because I hope people who are watching on YouTube and Facebook and on TV would direct their complaints to the right office, because there's just too many complaints that we're receiving about this project. Now, In the IRR of the national ID, I recall reading that the head of the national ID project is the deputy national, is the NSC. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. And is that person also a presidential appointee?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And has there been someone appointed by the new president?
There have been no new appointments, Mr. Speaker, because the previous one had just retired recently, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think we just heard there's a golden opportunity for the president to find the right individual who will rectify what has happened in the last 4 years. We have been appropriating at least 10 billion, hasn't been utilized. There are delays in the project. There are so many complaints, and I'm urging the executive branch to immediately find the right individual to be appointed as the Deputy National Statistician to head the national ID system, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, I thank my colleagues for their time, and I thank the distinguished sponsor for yielding to me this afternoon.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Presby de Jesus of Party List PhilReca for his interpellation.
Honorable De Jesus is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the minority, as there are no more interpollators, I move to terminate the interpolations and debates on the budget of NEDA. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of NEDA. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of NEDA and its attached agencies. Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. The budget of NEDA and its attached agencies is hereby terminated. Session suspended.
Secretary here na ba? Come on.
That's Raul Manuel tatanungin.
Ikong Clayton daw. Tama ka dyan, sir.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the interpolations of the proposed budget of the Department of Finance, including attached agencies and corporations.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, may I move that we acknowledge the presence of Secretary Benjamin Jokno and the officials of the Department of Finance in its attached agencies and corporation.
We acknowledge the presence of the heads and officials of the Department of Finance, headed by Secretary Benjamin Jokno. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Horacio Swansing Jr. to sponsor the measure. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Horacio P. Swansing is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm now ready to answer questions from my colleagues.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that we recognize the Minority Floor Leader, Marcelino C. Libanan, for his interpellations.
Minority Floor Leader Marcelino C. Libanan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask if the distinguished sponsor of the measure is willing to accept some interpellations, Mr. Speaker.
Gladly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, ang Department of Finance, nasa kanya po ang kaban ng ating bayan. At kung may mga proposals ang ating mga departamento para pagpunduhan, ay isinusumiti ito sa Department of Finance or DBM at saka usually kung kaya ng ating pondo ay isusumiti sa atin for appropriations. Pero kung hindi sapat ang pera ng pamalaan, ay ang Department of Finance ay ang naghahanap ng international funding para sa mga programa ng ating bansa. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, noong previous administration, nalaman po natin at ipinahayag po at inasahan ng taong bayan ang pag-construct ng Clark-Subic Railway System, pati na po ang Manila to Bicol Railway System at ang Mindanao Circumferential Railway System. Pero nabasa po namin sa pahayagan na bago po mag-June 30 this year, bago umalis po ang previous administration, ay na-withdraw po yung sulat para sa funding agency at mukhang nakalambitin ang mga proyektong ito. Can you enlighten us, please, what happened to these railway projects by our government? Dahil malaki na po ang ginasto po dito sa feasibility at napakarami ng oras at pagod at pera na ginamit natin dito.
Mr. Speaker, yung tatlong projects na nabanggit ay itutuloy po natin. Ang Subic ay yung north-south or yung Subic-Clark Railway System is only awaiting reconfirmation of ICC approval to proceed with loan negotiations. Yung north-south naman po ay nasa bidding process na for civil works and procurement of rolling stocks for PNR. Mr. Speaker.
How about yung Mindanao Railway Circumferential Railway?
Yung Mindanao Railway System po, itutuloy pa rin po, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, kailangan maging mabilis po tayo dito. Dahil sa pagkaalam po namin, ay may mga proposal na po kung magkano ang interest sa mga loans na ito. At kung maging mabagal po tayo, mukhang sa nangyayari ngayon, mabilis ang pagtaas ngayon ng interest rates ng pera, lalo na sa international na nagpapautang. Kaya kung maaari po, bilisan po natin para hindi masayang ang mga proyektong ito. At kung sakali man, Mr. Speaker, mukhang yung railway system na binanggit ko, hindi dumaan po sa Samar at sa Leyte para madugtong yung Luzon at Mindanao. Kung sana po ay madugtong yan para maging mabilis ang progreso ng ating bansa. Mr. Speaker, aasahan po ba natin na next year, nandito na po yan sa atin ang proposed appropriations sa mga proyektong yan?
Mr. Speaker, lahat po na loans na nabanggit ng ginong minority leader ay under negotiations pa. So, hindi po sigurado na by next year, nandito na po ang loan proceeds. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ilang buwan ba makipag-negotiate sa loan sa ibang bansa, Mr. Speaker?
It could be 6 months to 1 year, Mr. Speaker.
So mula ngayon hanggang next year, may 1 year po tayo. Kaya kaya naman siguro, Mr. Speaker.
Pag ganyan po, kaya po. Kasi within 1 year frame po.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, sa kasagutan ng ating distinguished sponsor. Maraming salamat din po sa iyo, Mr. Speaker. Thank you po.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List.
Representative Raul Manuel of the Kabataan Party List is recognized. Please.
Magandang hapon, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon din sa ating sponsor para sa budget ng Department of Finance. Meron lang po akong ipapakitang isang graph to serve as visual aid sa ating interpellation. Mr. Speaker, kapansin-pansin na since 2008 hanggang 2020, simulan ko po muna sa 2008. Noong 2008 po, ang percentage ng kinokolekta nating corporate taxes ay nasa 3.5%. Kung ikukumpara po ito sa indirect consumption taxes, kasama po dyan yung excise tax tsaka VAT, 2.5% lamang noong 2008. Mas mataas yung rate ng corporate taxes kaysa yung consumption taxes. Kaso, through time, Mr. Speaker, ay pabaligtad na yung nangyari. Unti-unting bumababa yung ating kinokollect na corporate taxes, tumataas naman yung indirect consumption taxes, Mr. Speaker. Sa 2020, 2.8% na lamang yung sa corporate taxes, 3.6% naman yung consumption taxes. In other words, Mr. Speaker, ay tila ba lumuluwag tayo doon sa mga malalaking korporasyon habang lumalaki naman yung tax burden ng ating mga kababayan, Mr. Speaker. Now, ano kaya yung maaari nating magawa, Mr. Speaker, lalo na kung sa unang pagbabudget natin para sa current administration, ang footing pa natin ay mag-devise ng mga bagong taxes na isisingil sa ating taong bayan.
Mr. Speaker, we are a consumption-driven economy. So, consumption-driven and import-driven economy. Kaya makikita po natin na yung konsumo ng taong bayan po ay tumataas. Kaya tumataas na rin po yung consumption taxes. In the other side, nagkaroon po tayo ng create law. Ang create law ay bumaba po sa first year yung rate ng corporate tax from 30% naging 25%. So yun, nagkaroon tayo ng foregone revenues po, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yun din yung isa sa mga nakikita nating problema dahil dun sa pagbaba ng sinisingil nating corporate taxes, that translates to big loss sa ating government revenues, Mr. Speaker. Kaya ngayon, ang current administration ay naghahanap ng maraming mga pwedeng fund sources kung saan tayo pwede pang makapiga kahit tingi-tingi ilang mga bilyon para lang makapag-compensate dun sa hindi natin nasingil mula sa malalaking mga korporasyon, Mr. Speaker. Now, on to the next graph. Yan. Mr. Speaker, nais nating tanungin sa ating sponsor, no? In behalf of our economic managers, lalo na sa Department of Finance, kung at least bukas ba na aralin man lang yung prospects ng wealth tax. Ibig sabihin yung top richest Filipinos, iilan lang naman po yun, Mr. Speaker, ay patawan natin ng ganitong buwis. Given na based po sa ating graph, mula 2006 hanggang 2021, kapansin-pansin po na ang trend naman ay pataas. Medyo nag-iba lang noong panahon ng pandemya, nung early years ng ating pandemic, pero still upward yung trend, Mr. Speaker, doon sa net worth ng 40 richest Filipinos. Yung mga pangako po nung ating mga economic policies na later on ay magte-trickle down naman sa mamamayan, yung ganitong wealth ng mga pinakamayayaman ay through time po, dekada-dekada ng inaantay, pero hindi pa po natin makita, Mr. Speaker.
According po sa research study, yung upper 10% po ng taxpayer population natin, yung mga mayayaman po, ay nagbabayad po ng halos kalahati ng taxes income natin po, revenue income. Yung middle class po, yung mga 50%, ay nagbabayad po ng corresponding na halos 40%. So, bukas na rin po tayo sa panukala ng Ginoong Manuel na pag-aaralan po natin kung ano pa yung mga taxes na pwede natin ipataw sa upper 10% ng taxpayer po natin.
Yes. Salamat doon, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm about to wrap up, no? Dahil yun yung mga primarya nating tanong, no? Kung saan ba nagmumula, no? Yung magiging rekurso ng ating pamahalaan. Gusto ko na lang din pong i-point out, Mr. Speaker, na yung total net worth po ng 2,919 billionaires dito sa Pilipinas ay nasa 8 trillion pesos na. Ibig sabihin po talaga ay merong prospects, no, para dun sa pagpapataw ng wealth tax para hindi sobra-sobra na yung bigat, no, lalo na dun sa majority sa mga pinakamahihirap nating kababayan. Yun lamang, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat sa ating kagalang-galang na sponsor.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Manuel.
Maraming salamat, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that we recognize the Honorable Bernadette Herrera of the BH Party List.
Representative Bernadette Herrera is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In view that there are no members of the minority who will ask questions to the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of interpellation and debate on the budget of the Department of Finance. I so move, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the minority in their motion to terminate the deliberations of the proposed budget of the Department of Finance and attached agencies and corporations.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpolations on the proposed budget of the Department of Finance, including its attached agencies and corporations. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The interpolations on the proposed budget of the Department of Finance, including its attached agencies and corporations, is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that we suspend session.
Session suspended.
The guests are Councilor Amy Moreno, Councilor J. Pascual, Councilor Malu Gani, Councilor Edgar Cabanlas, Councilor Suzette Taba, Councilor John Seno, Councilor Roger Abaday, Councilor Rose Cabanlas, Councilor Dexter Kaging, Councilor Mario Tabak, Councilor Romeo Carizo, and Councilor Yvona Emano.
The guests of Representative Bambi Emano of the 2nd District of Misamis Oriental, members of the City Council of Cagayan de Oro City, welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
the members of the City Council of Cagayan de Oro are guests of, also guests of Representative Christian Unabia, Representative Lordan Suwan, and of course, Representative Bambi Emano. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The guests of Representative Bambi Emano, Representative Christian Onabia, Representative Lordan Suwan, members of the City Councils of Cagayan de Oro City, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Suspend session, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Wala si ano, yeah. Mr. Speaker.
Session is resumed.
I move that we proceed with the interpellation on the proposed budget of the Department of Budget Management. And I also would like to recognize the sponsor, Congresswoman Stella Kimbo of the 2nd District of Marikina. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Representative Stella Kimbo is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to sponsor the budget of the DBM and ready to answer questions, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to recognize to interpellate the representative from APEC Party List, Sergio Dagook. Mr. Speaker, so move.
Representative Sergio Dagook is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. The distinguished lady from the 2nd District of Marikina yield to some clarificatory questions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. may I just ask the Department of Budget and Management, for the last 3 years, how much is the proposed budget of the National Electrification Administration intended to sitio electrification program and Electric Cooperative Emergency Resiliency Fund for the last 3 fiscal year? Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, 200 million.
How much is that? May I beg your pardon?
Mr. Speaker, 200 million.
For the last 3 years?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So every year, 2020, 2021, and 2022, only 200 million for sitio electrification?
Mr. Speaker, just to clarify, it's 200 million every year for the last 3 years, Mr. Speaker.
For the sitio electrification program, I think that is not the correct amount, Mr. Speaker.
For Mr. Speaker, for the CTO electrification project for 2021, it's 1.628 billion. And again, for 2022, 1.628 billion. And for 2023, it's the same amount proposed, Mr. Speaker.
For the ESERP or Electric Cooperative Emergency Resiliency Fund, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, that is the 200 million every year for the last 3 years.
200 million every year.
Yes.
What is the actual proposed amount by the National Electrification Administration for those 2 particular budget items, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute suspension, please.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, what was proposed...
Session is resumed.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, what was proposed for 2023 was 3.168 billion, and what was approved by the DBM was 1.627, Mr. Speaker.
For 2020 and 2021, Madam Sponsor, 2020 proposed and 2021 proposed. No, 2021 and 2022 proposed.
Mr. Speaker, is that information material at this point in time? Because they will have to pull that up and will require some time.
Yes,
These are the agency proposals. What they have are the NEP approved amounts. We have it for 2023, but for the previous years, they will have to pull it up.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, that is very material because I want to establish the fact that every year or year in, year out, they always slash the proposed budget of NIA for sitio electrification and electric cooperative emergency resiliency fund. Anyway, for the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, I will no longer insist on asking that. Anyway, I have already established the fact that they always slash a bigger amount in terms of those two budget items. Now, may I ask, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, what is the reason? What is the recurring reason why you always slash that very, very important budget needed by the people living in darkness because of the absence of electricity, because their areas are not yet energized? What is really the reason of DBM? Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, the reason for why the proposed amount gets slashed every year is because of the very low utilization rates. For instance, for fiscal year 2021, the original target was to electrify 1,085 sitios, and only 27 were actually energized. For fiscal year 2020, the target was 932, and the actual energized was only 16. For fiscal year 2019, the original target was 575, and the actual energized was only 210. And so, because of these historically low utilization rates, the DBM finds it prudent to slash the proposed amount. And of course, nandiyan na rin po yung consideration ng napakaliit po na fiscal space para sa 2023, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, 101%. I am sure that your data is erroneous. It is incorrect. In my two electric cooperatives alone, I have energized more than 100 sitios. How come the entire Philippines, 121 electric cooperatives, only 27? That 27 is only one electric cooperative. I beg to disagree. I am sure of that.
Mr. Speaker, these are data from the NEA.
That is not, my apology, Madam Sponsor, no? We will not anymore, for the interest of time, dwell on that data because I'm sure I am managing two electric cooperatives. I'm sure that is an erroneous data. Now, my next question,
Let me
Mr.
just
Speaker.
clarify. Like, for example, for 2021, the number that I gave you is for the 2021 budget. Na yung original target na 1,085, 27 lang po ang na-energize.
Hindi po totoo
But meron po silang carry over from previous years. From 2018, meron pong 10 dagdag na na-energize. Carry over from 2019, may dagdag na 102. Carry over from the previous year, 898. So meron pong, dahil po sa mga carry over from previous years, ay kahit paano nakakahabol po sila sa target. So siguro ganun po ang situation ninyo in your areas na kung saan nagkakaroon ng actual electrification in your sitios, hindi nyo lang po siguro nalalaman na ang ginagamit na pondo were carryovers from previous years. Pero, ganun pa man, ang basihan po ng DBM is really the utilization rate for the current year. Kaya po, yan po ang nagiging desisyon nila in the end. Ang hatol po nila ay mababa ang utilization rate ng NEA. Kaya po, nagkakaroon ng budget cut, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, kailan po, anong buwan nire-release ng DBM yung pundo na yan to the National Electrification Administration? in case of 2020, 2021, and 2022? Sana po, tama po yung sagot. Because in the data, kahit ngayon, tingnan natin yung data ng NIA, mali po yan, yung data. Yung buwan na lang, kailan ninyo nire-release sa NIA?
Mr. Speaker, dun sa tanong na kung kailan nire-release, comprehensively released po ang budget at the early part of the year, Mr. Speaker.
Ano pong ibig sabihin ng comprehensive? Anong buwan po, to be exact, to be specific? For 2020, anong buwan? 2021, anong buwan? 2022, anong buwan dinownload yung pera sa NIA?
Meron pong dalawang klaseng allotments po dyan. Kapag regular allotment, generally January po, nare-release na po yan. Kaya nga lang po, merong FLR. So, baka po yung binabanggit po ninyo ay for late release. At dahil po doon ay the DBM is hamstrung. Hindi nila pwedeng i-release yan hanggat matanggal po ang FLR status ng pondo, Mr. Speaker.
Yan po yung dahilan, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Kaya hindi po katanggap-tanggap yung dahilan na absorptive capacity ay mahina dahil we are talking here of constructing a distribution line. Pag sinabi po ng NIA na 1,000 sityos yung i-construct nila, kahit ipalagay mo na 1 kilometer lang per sityo, which is not in reality, kahit yung mga natitirang sityo ngayon, mga malalayo na, 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers, ipagpalagay na natin, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, na 1 kilometer lang per sityo. Pag sinabi mong 1,000 sityos, you are constructing 1,000 kilometers of distribution line. Pag binigay ninyo yan, third quarter, ipabiding pa po yan, sa bidding pa lang 2 buwan na, paano po nila matapos yan? That's why the point I am raising is for the NIA to have a higher absorptive capacity, utilization of the fund, release it in the first quarter of the month because we are talking, I would like to reiterate, we are talking here of construction of distribution line. Hindi po to kagaya ng kalsada na nasa mga bundok na po itong pinag-usapan na doon ilalagay yung mga linya. Can I get the commitment from the Department of Budget and Management that beginning fiscal year 2023, i-release nyo yung pondo. I'm talking again of sitio electrification. Yun sigurong iserve, yung Electric Cooperative Emergency Resiliency Fund, mga third quarter naman tayo kadalasan binabagyo, yun, pwede ninyong ihuli. Ngayon, 200 million lang nire-release ninyo, pero billions po yung cost ng damage. That's why, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, we have Republic Act 11309. Binibisita po tayo ng mahigit 20 na bagyo sa isang taon. At alam po nung mga framers ng 11309, kaya pinupunduhan po yan dahil ang Electric Cooperative ay non-stock, non-profit, wala po sa taripa nila yung pan-repair ng linya at ayaw po nating ipasa sa consumers yung linya. Pero 750 po million yung nasa batas, 200 lang. Ngayon, nasira na naman yung polilyo. I hope na naintindihan ng Mr. Speaker ng taga-DBM na yung the points I am raising, again, for the Ncip, kindly please, release it first quarter of the year so that we still have time to construct the line. Then for the Ncip, lakihan nyo naman po kasi yung mga tinatamaan po ng bagyo, yan yung mga probinsya na kalimitan, wala pong yung economically, hindi po economically viable yung mga area na yan. Yung mga isla po yan, kadalasan, dinadaanan ng bagyo. Can I get the commitment from DBM, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, sang-ayon po ang DBM po sa inyo na counterproductive talaga ang FLR. And of course, wala pa nga dyan ang issue na constitutional ba yan. At lahat tayo dito sa kwartong ito ay naniniwala na hindi dapat magkaroon ng FLR status sa mga pondo. At narinig na rin po natin si Secretary Pangandaman nung nandito po siya para sa budget briefing, may commitment po siya na sa 2023 ay wala pong magaganap na FLR, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Does it mean, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, na kaya po nating may release yung Ncip first quarter? Can I get a commitment from DBM through the distinguished sponsor?
As long as, Mr. Speaker, the conditions are met, such as obtaining barangay clearances, etc., DBM commits to releasing.
Alam naman po ng mga ng NIA po yon. Of course, you will not release the fund if we cannot comply the requirements. So with that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I would like to conclude my interpellation. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Arlene D. Brosas of Party List Gabriela for her interpellation.
Representative Arlene Brosas is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Salamat. Mr. Speaker, will the good sponsor yield to some questions, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, gladly, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, una sa lahat, gusto namin pong malaman ang opinion ng DBM kaugnay ng pagtatakda ng funding batay sa isang executive order. Theoretically, is it legal and constitutional for an executive order to prescribe sources of funding for a specific project, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So, ang opinion po ng DBM ay okay yan.
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, paano kung hindi naaayon ang funding provision ng isang executive order sa itinatakda ng GAA, Mr. Speaker? Legal pa rin ba ito, Mr. Speaker?
Well, Mr. Speaker, in the end, dumadaan naman po sa atin ang appropriations. So in the end, it's the Congress that will exercise its power of the purse, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ang tinatanong po natin, kung hindi ayon sa funding provision ng isang EO ang itinakda sa GAA, Mr. Speaker.
Well, in the end, Mr. Speaker, ang mananaig ay ang GAA, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. So hindi dapat.
Kung ito po ay taliwas sa GAA, ang masusunod po ay ang GAA, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Executive Order number 70 of 2018, which created the National Task Force for the Elimination of Local Communist Armed Conflict, or the NTF-LCAC, has a funding provision which states that for the first year ng 2019, the following are the sources of funding. Number 1, existing appropriations of member agencies. Number 2, other appropriate funding sources as the DBA may identify. And number 3, contingent fund. Ang tanong po namin, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, ano-ano sa funding sources na ito ang pinagkunan ng pondo ng NTF-LCAC sa unang taon nitong 2019?
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute suspension, please.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker?
Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, for 2019, there were two sources. 23 million from the SWD NCIP, and the funding source was 2019 contingent fund and transferred to the DSWD NCIP. And another 1 billion pesos from the same source, meaning 2019 contingent fund, and transferred to DND AFP, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ulitin ko lang, 23 million yung total funding na na-release for DSWD from NCIP, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, that is correct.
And
Mr.
1 billion for DND AFP, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, para sa parehong taon, nag-identify ba ang DBM ng appropriate funding sources para sa NTF-LCAC? Ano po yung tinukoy na sources of funding? Ito lang ba sa contingency fund lang kinuha, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, for 2019.
Wala nang iba, Mr. Speaker, na pinagkuhanan or sources of funding, Mr. Speaker?
Wala na po, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Mr. Speaker, ginamit ba yung contingent fund in 2019 was 13 billion in total? Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, nakita po namin sa article ng Rappler, in quote, Malaya said that the entire 16 million was released to the DILG in the form of a Special Allotment Release Order or SARO dated October 9, 2019, chargeable against the contingent fund to cover the funding requirements for various programs, activities pursuant to the approval of the Office of the President dated September 20, 2019. Yan po yung sinabi ni Malaya. Kino-confirm po namin, tama po ba yung sinabi niya?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, DBM confirms.
Mr. Speaker, maaari bang makarequest sa DBM ng staffing pattern ng NTF-LCAC? Patay sa EO70, obligado po na magbigay ang task force o mag-submit ng staffing pattern, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, there is no staffing pattern for the NTF-LCAC. There have been no created positions, no created permanent positions for the NTF-LCAC, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yung Section 7 po ninyo sa EO70, ang nakalagay, merong National Secretariat headed by Executive Director, appointed by the President with the rank of Undersecretary, and the Executive Director shall submit an organizational and staffing pattern of the Task Force National Secretariat to the DBM within 2 months from his or her appointment. Yan po ang nakalagay, Mr. Speaker, sa portions of the Executive Order number 70. Kaya po natin hinihingi, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, tama po ang kagalang-galang na Arlene Brosas na meron pong nakasaad sa Section 7 na pag-create ng isang National Secretariat. Subalit po, kino-confirm ng DBM na wala pong naganap na pag-create ng isang National Secretariat. At dahil po doon, wala pong maisasubmit ang DBM po sa inyo, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, technically nagbigay tayo ng pondo, tapos walang binigay sa atin na staffing pattern kung sino yung mga accountable, Mr. Speaker?
Sa ngayon po, Mr. Speaker, ang mga existing agencies po under the NTF-LCAC ang involved dito po. And at the same time, as you know, existing regular programs po ng mga ahensya ang nagpapatupad ng programa sa ilalim ng NTF-LCAC, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, yung lahat ng mga member agencies ng task force ang sinasabi ninyo na nagpatupad ng...
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
So sa member agencies, Mr. Speaker, meron ba silang ulat? Nag-submit ba sila ng ulat, ng reports kaugnay dito sa NTF-LCAC programs, Mr. Speaker?
Wala po sa DBM, Mr. Speaker. Baka pwedeng itanong sa iba po, Mr. Speaker.
Tapos na yung DBCC, no? Mr. Speaker. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, so walang staffing pattern.
Tama po, we confirm that.
Yon ang maliwanag sa atin. Mr. Speaker, di ba may particular na dapat puntahan ng contingent fund, Mr. Speaker? Ano lang po ang pwedeng pondohan ng contingent fund, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, ayon sa special provision na nakasaad sa GAA, ito lang po ang pwedeng paggamitan ng contingent fund. Number one, legal obligation of the government arising from final and executory decisions of competent authorities such as compromise agreements, arbitral awards, mediation settlement agreement, and professional services in connection thereto. Number two, requirements of newly created offices. And number three, deficiencies in the appropriations for local and external travels of the President of the Philippines. In other words, ang ibig sabihin lang po nito, ito yung mga hindi nating inaasahan na kailangan pagkagastosan at the start of the year. So, contingent po siya on certain things arising throughout the year, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, hindi inaasahan. New office ba ang NTF-LCAC, Mr. Speaker? New office?
Yes, when it was created in 2019.
Pero hindi siya office?
Although hindi po siya office, as we had explained earlier. Hindi tayo nakapag-create ng office, so hindi po siya dapat sakop.
So, Mr. Speaker, ito pong, yun po ang mga dapat pondohan ng contingent fund, ano, Mr. Speaker? So, papasok ang NTF-LCAC dito, Mr. Speaker?
Well, kung yung definition po ng office ang pwedeng pagtalunan dito, kung ang isang task force tulad ng NTF-LCAC ay pwedeng makonsider na office, ay yun po ang dahilan kung bakit nasakop po ng contingent fund ang NTF-LCAC, Mr. Speaker.
Yan, Mr. Speaker, sinong mananagot dito, Mr. Speaker, yung mga member agencies isa-isa? Tapos hindi naman siya opisina, wala siyang staffing pattern, but it is under the office of the President, Mr. Speaker?
Ang tanong po, Mr. Speaker, is sino ang mananagot?
Oh, kasi Mr. Speaker, under the contingent fund, new office lang dapat, Mr. Speaker.
But again, Mr. Speaker, we can debate on what newly created offices would constitute. Kasi katulad ng isang task force na bagong create, ay arguably pwede natin masabi na sakop po siya ng number 2 dito po sa special provision.
But Mr. Speaker, kung ginamit yung pera noong 2019 under the EO 70, Mr. Speaker, hindi po ba ito ay isang violation, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, babasahin ko yung hindi ko pa nabasa earlier. If I may, Mr. Speaker, contingent fund, the amount of 7 billion pesos appropriated herein shall cover the funding requirements of new or urgent activities or projects of national government offices. So, bukod po dun sa paliwanag ko na arguably yung offices could include task force, meron din po ditong salita which is urgent na pwede pong maging justification sa paggamit ng contingent fund, Mr. Speaker.
Pero Mr. Speaker, walang nakalagay na task force. No? Mr. Speaker, new office, new programs, urgent programs, and activities. Tama po ba?
Tama po. Pero again, offices will not necessarily preclude task forces, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, but EO70 does not specify new or urgent projects and activities, Mr. Speaker.
Kasama po, Mr. Speaker.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, iba naman pong usapin yung subtopic pa rin ng NTF-LCAC, yung gusto kong next na itanong po sa inyo. Mr. Speaker, nabanggit namin sa interpelasyon kahapon sa DILG na magkaiba ang formulation ng special provision para sa 10 billion Barangay Development Program or BDP ng NTF-LCAC. Kapansin-pansin po sa 2023 NEP natin, una, walang kabuuang bilang ng barangay. Iba po ito sa 2022 tsaka 2021 no? Walang kabuuang bilang ng barangay. Second, walang ceiling ang pwedeng gastusin kada barangay. Hindi po katulad ng 2022 GAA na nakalagay mismo na not exceeding 20 million. Maari po bang malaman ang paliwanag ng DBM ukol dito, Mr. Speaker?
Well, ang dahilan po kung bakit nasa GAA 2022 po yun ay dahil ito po ay isang amendment na introduced po natin during the BICAM, Mr. Speaker. And doon po sa bakit po walang numero na nakasaad ay although hindi po nakasaad dito, sa ngayon po ay na-identify na po ang barangays na sakop po ng Special Provision Number 2. There are 959 barangays at ito po ang listahan. Nandito po, kitang-kita ko po. I can share it with you. There are specific barangays, 959 po ang kabuuan bilang ng masasakop po ng Support to Barangay Development Program.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, kahit may supplemental po na listahan na ipinasa ang NTF-LCAC, hindi naman ito bahagi ng GAB na ipapasang batas. At ibig sabihin, may maniobra pa rin ang NTF-LCAC na bagu-baguhin ang funding kada barangay. At yung bilang ng barangay mismo sa kalagitnaan ng proyekto. Tama ba, Mr. Speaker?
Well, ito naman po ay submitted na sa atin and again, it is up to us kung ito ay gusto natin isama bilang annex. Again, the DBM will submit to the wisdom of Congress on this matter, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So sinasabi po natin na tama, pwede no, na maniobra or pwedeng maiba-iba, bagu-baguhin, Mr. Speaker.
Hindi po yun ang sinang-ayunan ko kanina. Ang sinang-ayunan ko po, Mr. Speaker, is pwede natin idagdag ang listahan.
Ilagay,
wala po
Mr.
tayong
Speaker.
sinasabi
Pwede
na
natin
merong
ilagay.
maniobrang nangyayari po dito, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, pwedeng ilagay yung lahat ng barangay na yan sa GAB, Mr. Speaker?
Nasa sa atin po yun, Mr. Speaker. The ball is in our court. This is the purpose of the plenary debates on the budget as well as the period of debates, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unless amendments are introduced to the special provision ng BDP, unless it is repealed or the 10 billion po na ito will become more discretionary. Yun naman ang sinasabi natin. Of course, it is still subject sa DBM guidelines na sinasabi nila, but as established, ng mga nakaraan sa pagtatanong po namin dito na naduduplicate yung mga proyekto ng mga regular agencies aside from the fact na minsan ito po hindi natin nalalaman kung saan ginamit, no particular sa mga NTF-LCAC na programs, activities. Narinig pa nga natin nung nakaraan yung ginastos na 90 million para lang sa restaurants and hotels, etc. Mr. Speaker, kung kaya gusto po sana natin, better for us, na i-line item na lang itong mga ito. Ilagay talaga sa GAB, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, your observations are duly noted and can be considered, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, punto lang natin, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, nung nakaraan kasi, ginawa natin yung makakaya natin, no? Nakaltasan, ilagay talaga sa mga programa na may direktang pakinabang ng mamamayan tulad ng ayuda, mga nasalanta ng kalamidad, nagdurusa hanggang ngayon sa krisis, sinabi natin. Ito, we're talking of 10 million. 10 million halimbawa na Pilipino ang makakatanggap ng 10,000 ayuda kung tatanggalan ng 10 billion ang NTF-LCAC. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Kaya po gusto namin na dito na lang natin ilagay. Ito yung pangangailangan nila, no? Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Sasabihin nyo na naman sa akin, Madam Sponsor, nasa kamay natin yung tama
Tama po, Mr. Speaker. At tama po lahat ng sinasabi niyo, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sa next line of questions ko po, sa unprogrammed funds po ito, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we would like to confirm again the 588.16 billion under the unprogrammed appropriations in the proposed 2023 budget is on top of the 5.268 trillion. Bukod po yung 588 billion sa total expenditure program na 5.268 trillion. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, we confirm that, Mr. Speaker.
Na ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, President Marcos Jr. is seeking congressional authorization for total available appropriations of 5.86 trillion, not just 5.268 trillion. Is this correct, Mr. Speaker?
Not technically so, because these are unprogrammed. So standby appropriations lang po yan. Ang hinihingi pong approval for programmed appropriations is just 5.268 trillion. Ito pong dagdag na 588 is in kaso po na nagkaroon ng dagdag na revenues ang ating gobyerno, in kaso na nagpasa ang Kongreso ng mga bagong tax measures, in kaso na natupad ang mga loans na nini-negotiate sa ngayon, magkakaroon tayo ng dagdag na revenues, kaya mabuti na meron na pong nakaumang na appropriations. Nang sa ganon, magagamit po itong mga additional funds na pumasok, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pero kapag sinabi po nating available appropriations, di ba yun yung dapat program plus unprogrammed plus automatic, di ba yan yung mga...
Hindi po, Mr. Speaker. Hindi kasama ang unprogrammed.
So for total available appropriations next year, ang sinasabi nyo 5.268 lang. Pero meron tayong yung unprogrammed na 588, di ba?
And that has been this way since before, Mr. Speaker. This is not a new invention, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sinasabi po natin na while the 588.1 billion constitutes standby appropriations, sabi nga ng ating good sponsor, and are triggered when there are excess revenues or new taxes, it would appear that the unprogrammed allocations are funded naman by up to 80% on available data natin, no? Kumbaga, Mr. Speaker, it is as good as funded. Tama ba, Mr. Speaker?
As of January 1, hindi po. As of today, hindi po. Dahil wala pa nga po ang revenues.
Hindi, sa mga nakaraan po. Example natin yung 2018, 2019, 2020,
Hindi rin po,
2021, Mr. Speaker. For 2021, Mr. Speaker, 70% ng 176 billion na unprogrammed appropriation ay napondohan. Tama ba, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, for 2021 of the 176 billion unprogrammed, 122 ang allotment releases.
So, Mr.
And the reason for this is because many of these unprogrammed items na hinanapan po ng pondo were for pandemic response. Kasama po dito ang bakuna, halimbawa. Kasama dito ang bayad sa ating frontliners. Kaya kinailangan po na mag-generate ng dagdag na revenues. Ito ang dahilan kung bakit kumayod ng todo-todo ang ating DOF para tumaas ang tax effort. Yan ang dahilan kung bakit napatotoo ang 122 out of the 176 na standby appropriations in 2021, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So yung tanong lang naman po natin, Mr. Speaker, napondohan, di ba, ng 2021. Tapos kahit yung 2022, Mr. Speaker, ganun din.
In 2022,
ilang percent po yun?
In 2022, of the 251.6 billion unprogrammed, ang released as of July 31 is 128.3 billion pesos.
Those are the allotment releases. Tama ba?
po.
128?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, halos nakakalahati na rin tayo?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yun po. No, the point is, kahit unprogrammed appropriations, napopondohan in effect, Mr. Speaker. Tama
Yes,
ba?
Mr. Speaker, but that is not a problem, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it provides us more opportunities for more government spending. As we know, ang pinaka-importante sa isang ekonomiya na hirap, we need to pump prime the economy, and the way to do that is to increase government spending. So, kaya ngayon, may nakaumang po na 588. Kung nagkaroon po ng dagdag na tax effort ang ating gobyerno, mabuti na po na alam na natin at this point in time kung saan gagamitin. In fact, I would argue that in fact it strengthens the power of the purse of Congress. Sinasabi na natin ngayon pa lang sa executive na kung ginalingan ninyo ng todo-todo at dumagdag ang inyong koleksyon, ganito nyo dapat gastusin ang dagdag na yan, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, ang tinatanong po natin sa unprogrammed appropriations, meron po bang mga listahan nito? Kasi hindi ito katulad nung nasa, na naka-line item talaga lahat, Mr. Speaker, at mabubusisi natin kung saan gagamitin yung mga programs na ito. May kopya po ba tayo nito? I believe,
Mr. Speaker,
yung 370, except for the loan proceeds, kasi yun naman yung marami, di ba?
Mr. Speaker, hindi ko po alam kung magkaiba tayong binabasa sa Ncip, but naka-itemize naman po. So, meron po halimbawa support to foreign assisted projects sa DSWD. It's the Philippine Multisectoral Nutrition Project. For the DOTR, it's Infrastructure Preparation and Innovation Facility. It's LRT Line 1 Cavite Extension, Metro Manila Subway Project Phase 1, North-South Commuter Railway System, PNR South Long Haul Project, etc. So,
Mr.
sa nakikita ko po dito, and I can hand it to you, it's itemized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yung Ncip po, yung SIP-SP natin, nasan yung details niya, Mr. Speaker?
Ang support for infrastructure projects and social programs has about 22 billion pesos for procurement of vaccines. But again, there are no other specific items for the balance, but just for perspective, this is the very line item na sumalba sa atin nung nagkaroon ng pandemya. Dito po natin sinard. Marami pong mga COVID responses. Kaya, having said that, may dahilan po kung bakit kailangan po natin ng ganitong klaseng line item dito po sa unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may ano ang mga documentary requirement para ma-release ang pondo para sa items sa unprogrammed appropriations? At sino po ang nagtatakda ng detalye ng mga lump sum items dito sa unprogrammed appropriations gaya ng Ncip, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, it's DBM. And if I may add to what I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, alam ko naman ng kagalang-galang na Arlene Brosas ay strong advocate for ayuda. Again, dito po nanggaling sa line item na to ang mga previous years releases of ayuda, Mr. Speaker. And again, I go back to the original question, sino po ang assigned dito po sa manage ng unprogrammed appropriations? It is the DBM, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, wala naman tayong pagtatalo doon sa kung saan galing yung no? Pero ang pinag-uusapan po natin dito, 2023, di ba? Now, ang tinatanong po natin, ano yung mga specific item dun sa SIPSIP? Bukod sa sinasabi niyo pong vaccine.
Mr. Speaker, again, so far, ang nakadetalye na nga po is 22 billion pesos. The balance at this point in time has not yet been itemized, and historically, it is actually used for example, assistance to calamity-stricken areas, Mr. Speaker.
Yan, Mr. Speaker, it has not been itemized, Mr. Speaker. So wala siyang item, wala siyang details, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Yes, that's correct. And I had already explained the reason for that, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yun nga ang sinasabi natin, na bakit hindi itemize ito, napopondohan naman pala siya, bakit hindi nilagyan ng mga details, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, because as I had already explained, it is just not possible to do it today because it is treated like an additional contingent fund. So again, its release would be conditional on certain unforeseen events happening in the future, Mr. Speaker. So as of today, it cannot be itemized.
Yan, Mr. Speaker, no details, no item. Ano pong tawag dito sa ating nilalagay dito, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor? But anyway, Mr. Speaker, gusto kong pumunta sa isa pang item. Baka mawalan ako nawalan na akong oras. Mr. Speaker, kaugnay po ito sa loan proceeds, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry?
Yung sa loan proceeds po, 378.2, tama po ba? Bakit po biglang lumobo ang loan proceeds sa susunod na taon, Mr. Speaker? Kasi kung cash-based budgeting system po tayo, paano ipapatupad yung foreign assisted projects with 378.2 billion unappropriated on top of the program funds under the DOTR in just 1 year?
Well, Mr. Speaker, at this point in time, these are ongoing projects, and as validated by DOTR nung sila po ay nagpunta sa atin para sa budget briefing, ang kanilang sinabi po ay ito na po ang kanilang kailangan sa pagtupad ng project component para sa 2023. So, ito pong 378 billion is only for 1 year. So as we know, bakit mahal po yan? Kasi ito po ay mga trend at marami po ito. May 10 projects po na nakalista po dito. Okay. And again, as soon as the loan proceeds are actually released, ito po ay mapopondohan, Mr. Speaker. And again, babalikan ko po yung kanina pang sinasabi ni Rep. Rosas na baka may problema dito. Tatandaan po natin na just because it is unprogrammed doesn't mean it does not undergo scrutiny. Ito po ay meron pa rin pong dinadaanan na proseso sa DBM. Ibig sabihin, unprogrammed funds to an agency, kailangan pa rin niyang i-request po yan sa DBM, and there are certain requirements for DBM to make those releases. So these are valid lump sums, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Distinguished
Mr.
interpolator, your time has expired. Please wind up.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oo. Ito po yung kasi tinanong ko po ito napakababa sa DOTR, napakababa ng disbursement at utilization rate ng DOTR. Kaya po nagtataka kami kung paano maayos na magagastos ng DOTR ang napakalaking pondong ito at yung mga adjustments na gagawin nila. At yun po sana yung gusto kong matanong, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Sasagutin ko na mabilis, Mr. Speaker, kahit na time expired na. That is the very reason for why DBM classified these DOTR projects as unprogrammed given their historical loan availment rate of 17%. So ang sinasabi, dahil medyo the likelihood of it happening is not very high, sayang naman ang appropriation cover. Kaya ilagay muna natin sa unprogrammed fund given that we have very limited fiscal space. So yun po, may siyensya po na ginagamit dito po sa pagdisenyo ng ating unprogrammed funds. Hindi po ito iniimbento lamang. Ito po ay kinikilatis ng mabuti, and sa nakikinig natin mga kababayan, huwag po kayong matakot sa unprogrammed funds. Ito po ay binabantayan ng DBM, and at the same time, Congress has oversight functions over this fund. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, for transparency's sake na lang, dapat lalong maisapubliko natin itong mga unprogrammed funds na nagkakahalaga. Kasi kayo na rin nagsabi kanina, details, hindi itemized, etc. No? Na napakahalaga ng bilyon-bilyong pondo na hindi nakapailalim sa regular budget ng ehensya. Pero taon-taon, pinopondohan hanggang 80%. We believe that by tolerating this practice of unbridled discretion over huge sums of funds, we are weakening the power of the purse of Congress and letting the executive have its way over the available appropriations. When the Constitution clearly states that the power of the purse emanates from the Congress. In the period of amendments po, sana we can introduce provisions that will strengthen the congressional control of these funds. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Yun lamang po. Madam Sponsor.
Maraming salamat, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Franz L. Castro of ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellation.
Representative Franz Castro is recognized. Please proceed.
Maraming salamat muli, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon muli sa ating lahat at sa family ng DBM. Dalawa lang po yung topic ko about the source of fund for CNA incentives. So sinasabi po, Mr. Speaker, ito tungkol doon sa source of fund ng Collective Negotiation Agreement. Paborito nating itong itanong sa DBM dahil hanggang ngayon, taon-taon ay hindi nababago yung policy ng DBM kaugnay doon sa pag-grant ng pondo para dito sa mga CNA incentives. Pag sinabi nating CNA incentives, Mr. Speaker, ito po yung kapag meron pong mga accredited na mga government employees union. So ito po yung pinagkukuhanan nila ng sinasabi nating incentives. Okay? Dito po sa Section 74, so sinasabi ang CNA incentive could be sourced from allowable MOOE allotments. Ano po ba, pwede bang specify natin yung mga MOOE allotments? Kasi ang alam ko lang po, katulad sa education, ang mga MOOE allotments ay halimbawa yung sa mga pagbabayad sa mga utilities, services, yung sa transportation, at minsan pa nga, Mr. Speaker, ginagamit dito yung ginagamit ang MOOE sa pagbabayad ng mga COS and JOs. Kaya ano po ba dito sa MOOE allotments yung binabanggit na pwedeng maging source ng CNA incentive o yung Collective Negotiation Agreement incentives?
Mr. Speaker, ito pong allowable MOOE allotments are jointly determined by the agency and the union. And this would vary from agency to agency. So, depende po sa nature ng agency, depende sa mga sources of savings sa isang ahensya, kaya nag-iiba-iba po yan. So, ang halimbawa po dyan is travel. Yan ang one of the more common examples.
Alam natin yun, no? Yung mga MOOE na yan, andyan yung pinambabayad sa kuryente, tubig, internet, telepono, transport, gas, at saka nandiyan na rin yung mga supplies, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Kaya nga hindi ko maintindihan paano laging nilalagay yung CNA incentives na source of fund mula sa MOOE. Katulad po halimbawa sa Department of Education. Halimbawa po ang MOOE, tama po ba ako? Ang MOOE for the public schools ay hindi po siya tumataas sa 30 billion. Tama po ba? Or eksakto, magkano po ba yung MOOE ng mga schools?
Habang kinukuha po ang datos ng MOOE ng mga eskwelahan, lilinawin lang po natin na hindi po kasama as allowable MOOE allotments, ang sinabi po ng kagalang-galang na Franz Castro, hindi po kasama dyan ng kuryente and utilities. Kasama po ang supplies, but not utilities, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So, I stand corrected. Kung hindi kasama dyan yung mga utilities, at mga supplies, transportation. So kaya nga tinatanong ko kanina, ano po yung sa sinasabi natin sa MOOE allotments, yung pwede? Halimbawa, pinag-aagrihan ng ahensya at ng DBM at ng union. Kaya lang, halimbawa, sa karanasan ng mga union natin sa Department of Education, alam niyo po ba sa experience ng NCR, union, 50 pesos lang yung CNA incentive dahil yun lang yung savings na sinasabi ng DBM na allowable MOOE allotments na supposedly dapat ang incentive ay between 5,000 to 25,000 katulad ng natatanggap ng iba pang mga ahensya. Pero ito yung sinasabi nating MOOE allotments na to, saan pa ba pwedeng kuhanin yun?
So ang pwede pong pagkunan ay communication expenses, repairs and maintenance, supplies and materials expenses, transportation and delivery expenses, travel expenses. Pinakahuli na talaga yung utility. Pero unahin ang iba pang nabanggit ko kanina. At pagdating naman po dun sa tanong earlier kung magkano ang MOOE ng mga schools, ngayon pong 2023, it's 30.828 billion, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, 30.8 billion. Kaya nga po, Mr. Speaker, ilan ba yung mga eskwelahan doon sa public school? Meron tayong 400 plus. Tama ba? 400. How many schools nga? Medyo nawala na sa isip ko. Yung, ilan po yung mga eskwelahan na maghahati-hati dito sa 30.8 billion na ito na kung saan kukuhanin pa natin dito yung incentives. Mr. Speaker, ang mga eskwelahan po natin, nagre-reklamo na nga yan dahil sa kulang po ng MOOE. Meron nga na-report sa akin sa Cebu, kahit na nagkaklase na daw, ay sabi ng principal, tumaas na yung expenses nila doon sa utilities, kaya tinatanggalan na sila ng kuryente. So yun yung problema natin. Nagkakaroon tuloy ng parang ang mga teachers natin o yung ating mga government employees doon sa pag-form ng unions ay nawawala ng gana na ng mga unions dahil nga dito yung CNA incentives ay base lang yan sa savings na nagmumula pa sa MOE na sinasabi pa dito sa rules na dapat ay allowable MOOE allotment. So napakaliit po. Parang sinasabi natin na hindi na tayo pwedeng magbigay ng CNA incentive. So tinitignan ko lang yan sa point of view ng Department of Education. Maybe sa ibang mga agency nagagawa yan, nakakapagtipid sila. Pero pag nakita nyo po sa Department of Education, dito sa ganitong 30.8 billion na MOOE, kulang pa nga po yan sa mga pangangailangan sa eskwelahan natin. So, saan nyo pa ilulugar dyan yung CNA incentives meron kasing accredited na mga unions ng teachers like NCR, Davao, Region 5, at saka yung Region 7 and 6. So, saan po kukuha dyan ng incentive? Kasi incentive ang ating mga kaguruan, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, tama po kayo doon sa observation na talaga napakaliit ng MOOE ng ating mga schools. Lumalabas po yung average na MOOE per student is only 1,327. Yan po ang expected sa 2023. Napakaliit po talaga. So, tama po kayo dun sa observation na saan natin kukunin ang CNA incentives. So, hindi po namin alam.
Yes.
Yan ang honest answer. We agree it is a problem, but the honest answer is we don't know. Saan natin kukunin po yan? So kung meron po kayong magandang mungkahi, ang DBM will surely be willing to listen to your recommendation,
Yes,
Your Honor.
tama. Thank you po sa inyong yung pag-amin natin na napakaliit po talaga ng ini-spend natin per students kung mula sa MOOE kukuhanin. So it doesn't make sense din kapag yung CNA ay kukuhanin pa dito. Kaya dapat maglagay ang DBM ng pwede ring isang provision sa ating GAA na hindi dapat itali dito sa MOE allotments yung CNA incentive. So baka pwede siya sa iba pa, like yung mga personal benefit, sa mga personal benefit, MBPF, tapos doon sa iba pa po na pwedeng paglagyan. Pero hindi po applicable ito dito sa ahensya ng DepEd kasi napakaliit nga po. So baka pwedeng mapag-isipan natin later on in crafting the final version of GAA 2023.
Tama po, pagtulungan po natin, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, next po ay yung tungkol, kanina itatanong ko sana, ito kanina no, about the DBMPS. Under the NEP 2023, DBM inserted the following provision, Section 21. Okay, so makikita nyo naman po dyan, kung ano yung nakalagay sa Section 21, Section 21 ng NEP 2023. So napansin lang po namin na ibinalik ng DBM ang Section 21, Procurement of Common Use Supplies sa ilalim ng General Provisions ng NEP 2023. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, natanggal na ito sa ilalim ng GAA 22 bilang pagkilala na mayroong Bidding and Awards Committee ang mga ahensya at ayun ay dapat nilang i-utilize. Dagdag pa rito na maraming mga COA findings sa mga pinoprocure through DBMPS such as overprice, delayed procurement, and other deficiencies. So ang tanong po, bakit po ibinalik ng DBM ang provision na ito sa NEP 2023?
Speaker, 1 minute suspension, please.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, if you feel like this section needs to be deleted, the Committee on Appropriations will gladly consider your proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, dahil nakalagay din dito, no, Mr. Speaker, yung dun sa Information Technology Equipment, then sa Section 24, Section 21. Section 24 din, Mr. Speaker, nakalagay din dito yung Information Technology Equipment to be procured exclusively from PS-DBM. So ang ibig bang sabihin nito, uulitin na naman natin, yung nagiging problema natin doon sa laptops na nabili ng DepEd mula sa PS-DBM. Kasi nilalagay natin dito, yung mga information technology equipment ay to be exclusively purchased from the PS. Kaya ang proposal ko po, Mr. Speaker, tanggalin na natin itong Section 21 na ito at saka yung Section 24 na ito, and let the law on biddings and procurement prevail. So yun po yung sinasabi natin sa bawat ahensya. Ano po ang comment dito ng ating distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, again, that can be considered as a proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, Mr. Speaker, I end my interpellation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Mujib Hataman from the Lone District of Basilan for his interpellation. Mr. Speaker, stand corrected. I move to recognize Representative Bernadette B.H. Herrera from BH Party List for her interpellation.
Representative Bernadette B.H. Herrera is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon, Madam Sponsor. My questions will solely focus on the validity of appropriations. Doon po sa proposed 2023 General Provision Cash Budgeting System, validity of appropriations, meron pong mga major changes compared to that of 2022. Yung first, letter A, introduced LGSF in the general provision and extended its disbursement period of LGSF to December 31, 2024. At the same time, expanded and clarified the period for construction, inspection, and payment of infrastructure capital outlays to include subsidy releases to GOCCs, again until December 31, 2024. And it also clarified that the delivery, inspection, and payment of MOOE and other capital outlays is up to June 30, 2024. My question is, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, among all the other lump sums and SPFs, why specify or single out LGSF in the extension of 1 year for the payment period?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it's because there is a gestation period for LGU projects. So, merong period of evaluation of projects which takes longer than usual kung ito ay nasa isang national government agency. And therefore, kinailangan lagyan ng allowance ng about 1 year para sigurado maubos po ng ating LGUs. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you for the answer. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, doon naman sa isang napansin ko lang, doon sa previous, dito sa babasahin ko na lang, after the end of the validity period, all unreleased appropriations and unobligated allotments shall lapse, while unexpended or undisbursed funds shall revert to the unappropriated surplus of the general fund. Yun po yung 2022 general provision. But 2023 general provision, tinanggal po natin yung word na unobligated allotments. So ano pong mangyayari kaya dun sa unobligated allotment? Why was it deleted in the general provision of 2023?
Well, it's, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it's really just a style. It's for styling purposes. Tinanggal yung word na unobligated because that is part of unreleased.
Kasi as unreleased, unused. Hindi eh. Kasi unused appropriations ang unreleased and obligated allotments. So hiwalay talaga yung unobligated allotments?
So, again, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, unobligated is part of unreleased. And because unreleased, because was not released, cannot be reverted. So, it will lapse. So, yung unobligated is part of unreleased. And therefore, it is part, kasama po siya dun sa maglalapse.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Ang alam ko, ang category niya is unused appropriation. Under that, unreleased and unobligated allotments. Yun po ang pagkakaintindi ko na nakikita ko po doon sa budget natin. That's why yung heading niya is unused appropriation. Under that is a subgroup of unreleased appropriation, then unobligated allotment.
Well, again, DBM is saying that it can be considered as part of unreleased. It's just for reporting purposes. In the past, sinesegregate po into unobligated and unreleased just for purposes of information.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, para po wala po tayo siguro pagtatalo, siguro ibalik na lang po natin kung maaari. Total, para wala po tayong confusion, total nandun naman po sa 2022 General Provision, then I just want to put on record that maybe we should put it back dito po sa 2023 just so no confusion will arise if the good sponsor or of course the body will allow.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker,
Your
Madam
Honor, that's
Sponsor.
a very good suggestion.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Tama po ba, ni-reword din natin yung, tinanggal yung term na except for transfers between LGUs because we extended the validity. Is that correct? Meron po tayong except for transfers between LGUs, all balances of fund transfers between or among agencies, instrumentalities, GOCCs, and LGUs, which, while obligated but not actually used, utilized, expended, or disbursed to pay for completed construction, goods delivered, and services rendered, inspected, and accepted as of December 31, 2023, shall revert to the unappropriated surplus of the general fund. Tinanggal po natin yung word na except for transfers between LGUs. May I know the reason for this? Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Well, again, just like the explanation earlier, it was just reworded. But if you feel like you are unhappy with how it is reworded, and just for clarification, you may again propose an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Although mas maganda naman po yung naging version, yung naging clarification nila. But it's just that yung, tinatanong ko lang yung reason why they exempt for transfer.
The essence is the same, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. My next question is regarding the provision that all fund transfers between national government agencies, etc., shall not be considered disbursed until the transferred amounts have been actually used to pay for completed construction, goods and services rendered, etc. But what about the recent maneuvers by an agency like SHED, which in order to circumvent the expiry of validity of appropriations, changed the fund transfers as donation at the very last minute? And also yung mga transfers to agencies like yung sa TESDA, last minute inilipat sa PITC. So how does this provision cover the maneuver? Is DBM tolerating such maneuver between agency transfers? Ano po ang pwede nating gawin so that we can cover this maneuver? Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, DBM agrees that that should not be done and therefore does not tolerate such kind of practices, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. So baka pwede po nating pagtulungan kung ano po ang pwede nating ilagay na special provision to prevent these from happening, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, bukas po ang komite sa kahit na ano pong amendments ang gusto nyo pong ibigay para lang po mapalinaw itong very important Section 63 and cash budgeting, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Nagkaroon po ba ng sanctions tayo if the agencies violated the term of the provision because nag-transfer sila at the last minute to circumvent yung ating existing provision? Did we have sanctions to these agencies?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, this is under the jurisdiction of COA. At sa aking palagay, without looking at the records, palagay ko meron na pong nahanapan ng findings tungkol dito, Mr. Speaker.
So does in any way DBM call their attention on this one? Aside from waiting for COA, because COA comes 2 years after. Does DBM call their attention that this is not the right practice for agencies to transfer funds from one to another?
Generally, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, DBM respects the jurisdiction of COA. Ipinapasa COA na lang ng DBM ang mga gantong klase pong mga practices na hindi po tama, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. My next question, in the 2023 NEP, the special provision of a few GOCCs, not all, contains strange provisions. It says here, prior year subsidy releases from national government. The NIA is hereby authorized to use subsidy release for programs and projects in 2018 to 2021 to cover the additional funding requirements of activities or projects covered by programs or subprograms indicated therein. Accordingly, the NIA shall prepare a work and financial plan covering the projects or activities to be funded from prior years' subsidies, subject to the endorsement of the NIA Board of Directors to be submitted to the DBM for approval. The same provision is for PCA, na pwedeng gamitin yung 2018 to 2021 funds nila to cover deficit funding.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the intention of DBM is for these GOCCs to be able to maximize whatever funds the national government had given them. And usually naman po sa special provision naman po na ito ay nandyan naman po ang requirement to prepare a work and financial plan covering projects or activities to be funded from prior years' subsidies. So meron namang ganong klaseng safeguard, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, pero bakit po tayo namimili ng GOCCs? So it doesn't cover all the GOCCs that they can use prior years?
Well, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, arguably, hindi naman kinakailangan isulat ito para magamit ng mga GOCC ang mga natitirang pondo from national government. But nagkakataon lamang na for certain, it would seem like namili ang executive ko alin-aling GOCCs ang pwedeng magtago ng mga natirang pondo. But actually, all GOCCs can actually do this. So kahit na walang special provision ang na itakda for a particular GOCC, they can arguably use whatever fund remains from previous year subsidies, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, because it leads to a confusion if you just identify certain certain GOCCs. Ano po kaya ang legal basis po nito, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, so that all GOCCs listening now will know that they can actually use their prior years subsidies para may cover for the deficit that they have for the coming years?
Well, ulit,
ano po
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, just for a better understanding of why it would seem like we cherry-pick certain GOCCs is because ang nilagyan po ng ganyan na special provision are those po na nagkaroon ng previous COA findings. Because in practice, nagiging gray area po yan. May mga ibang mas stricto na mga auditors na hindi pinapayagan ang ganyang practice. At meron naman na pinapayagan. So, at this point, in short, perhaps tama po kayo na dapat maging maliwanag sa ating GOCCs kung ano ba talaga ang patakaran ng DBM pagdating dito. And in general, yun po ang patakaran. Pwede naman pong gamitin ng GOCC sa mga natitirang pondo. Because anyway, there are safeguards in place, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, ano po kaya ang legal basis na to? And then maybe we can create a special provision para in general, mai-address natin itong situation ng GOCCs na nagkakaproblema sila sa COA, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor?
Pwede po, agree po kami, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, baka pwedeng magdagdag ng isang general provision nang sa ganun pwede nang tanggalin ang lahat ng special provisions para hindi po tayo nag-cherry pick, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ano po kaya yung legal basis ito, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor? That GOCCs can
Mr.
use?
Speaker, Your Honor, it's the charter of every GOCC, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So if that is the case, I hope that we can create again another special provision for that. Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. I now go to and alam ko sinimulan na yung contingency fund kanina ni Congresswoman Arlene. Kasi meron tayong special provision of the contingent fund that somehow creates a loophole for the funding of projects that may or may not be related to its purpose. Sa tingin niyo po ba yung ginastos natin noong 2020 and 2021 from the contingent fund relates exclusively to the limitations and restrictions in the special provision? Because pag tinitignan ko po yung detalye ng gastos sa contingent fund, medyo hindi ko po maintindihan yung paglipat sa LGSF, sa OPAP, IBC, OSG, or other items like Philippine Statistics, Textile Research, as part of the special provision ng ating contingent fund, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, marami po ito. Would you have specific issues? For example, the very first item here is for indemnification of swine raisers affected by the African swine fever. And as explained earlier, when I was being interpolated by Rep. Rosas, ang paliwanag po dito is for certain events na hindi naman po natin inaasahan, tulad yung pagdating ng AFS, ay pwede natin gamitin po itong contingent fund. Pangalawa po, meron ditong to cover financial aid as COVID-19 response, ganun din po. So if there is a specific item in the list which you feel would need further scrutiny para po mas mapadali ang ating talakayan dito, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. I will submit to the good sponsor so she will understand where I'm coming from. Pero do you think it's safe to remove the term but not limited to para hindi nagiging wide yung scope at hindi natatanggal naman yung power of the purse ng Congress when it comes to deciding ano po yung nasa contingency? Kasi very specific naman supposed to be yung use niya. Newly created offices, arbitral rulings, or foreign travels. From time immemorial, when 2002 nag-contingent fund tayo, puro travels lang to. Then na-change niya throughout the years. So, siguro, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor,
No, Mr. Speaker, I would like to respond to that. This is precisely why we need a contingent fund. We are unable to predict all possible states of nature. Yung pong pagdating ng COVID-19 pandemya, wala pong nakapredict po niyan. Kaya importante po na maglagay muna dito ng example, pero hindi po ito limited to whatever we had listed here. So yun po ang dahilan kung bakit. Pero kailangan naman po ng mag-define po tayo ng by example, by way of example. Kaya important po na meron ditong mga examples para maliwanagan tayo kung ano po yan. But in general, that is the nature of the fund.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Spending in relation to things that we had not been able to predict. In other words, subject to uncertainty. Kaya po may contingent fund.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, I understand perfectly. Kaya lang sinasabi ko, baka minsan may nakakalusot na mga gastos na hindi naman talaga sumusunod at hindi siya mako-consider as contingent. Meron yatang mga swimming pool or mga museum na naitayo po tayo. Ito lang naman po yung sinasabi ko na paano pa po kaya natin mahihigpitan itong contingent fund para magamit natin siya for the desired purpose. Hindi ko po sinasabing hindi maganda ang contingent fund. I understand the need and use of it. I'm just saying I just want to protect it so it won't be subject to abuse. So baka pwede pong tignan po natin ulit ito so that yung may mga ibang nakalusot ay hindi na po maulit muli, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker,
po.
Your Honor, on the last line of the special provision, the DBM shall include information on the releases from the contingent fund in its quarterly and annual report submitted to Congress. So ayan po. Nasa atin po ang report na yan. Palagay ko kasama po sa ating responsibilidad na kilatisin po ito and moving forward, provide recommendations for better use of this contingent fund, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. As of 2022, magkano na po ang nagastos sa contingent fund? Because sa huling nakita ko po, na out of the 7 billion allocation, 352.9 million pa lang po ang as of June 30 or August 30, 2022. Magkano na po siya ngayon?
Gamit na.
Ang bala.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Are you referring to 2022?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
As of August 31, 2022, ang na-release na po ay... the remaining balance as of August 31 is 6.810 billion.
6.81. So halos naubos na po natin?
No, that's the balance.
Balance. O kaya nga, so tama nga po, 352 pa lang ang nagagastos. 352.9 million.
Mamaya pong gabi, uuwi ako.
More or less.
Total allotment releases is 352,900,000. However, meron pong continuing appropriations of 1.484. So ang total allotment releases is 1.837 billion, Mr. Speaker.
So, do we expect to finish the 6.1 billion hanggang end of this year, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor?
Again, by the nature of the contingent fund, we don't know, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to put that on record para po alam natin kung ano yung limitations at pwede nating ilagay sa contingent fund, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Yun lamang po, marami pong salamat and we submit to the sponsor na lang po yung mga recommended special provisions. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Sponsor, and to the DBM family. Maraming pong salamat.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Mujib Hataman from the Lone District of Basilan for his interpellation.
Representative Mujib Hataman is recognized. Please
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. On local government support fund, special provision number 1, page 698, General Appropriation Bill 2023, the amount of 5 billion pesos appropriated herein shall be used for financial assistance to LGUs, except for the LGUs under the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, may I ask why with the exception of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao? May I know the legal basis on this exception, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Well, this is, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the response of DBM, which was formally transmitted to the committee, which I believe you have a copy of. But in summary, ang sabi po ng DBM is the Bangsamoro Organic Law provides that the Bangsamoro government shall have the power to create its own sources of revenues, taxes, fees, and charges. And in addition, they are also entitled to revenues from an annual block grant and a special development fund of 5%. In addition, nandyan pa rin ang share of taxes collected within BARM. And therefore, they had an initial assessment that as a result of that, the DBM sees that the national government may no longer need to provide local government LGSFA to LGUs in the BARM. Kasama din kasi po sa BARM ang mga national programs like, for example, 4Ps, PhilHealth, TESDA, etc. ay itong national programs na to ay nagko-cover din naman po ng beneficiaries from BARM. So overall, as a result of all of those reasons, they initially assessed that the NG may no longer need to provide such assistance to LGUs in BARM, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, they submit to the wisdom of Congress kung sa tingin po ninyo ay kailangan tanggalin ang exception na yon, ay sila po ay more than willing po na sumunod dito po sa atin, Mr. Speaker.
Just for the record, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, Article 6 on Intergovernmental Relations, Section 10, last sentence of the first paragraph, the privileges already enjoyed by the local government units under Republic Act 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991 as amended, and other existing laws shall not be diminished. So, ang point ko, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, since discretionary fund ito, baka pwede namang makiusap sa DBM, natanggalin na lang natin yung exception. Total, discretionary to, hayaan na natin yung meron discretion authority ang magsabi nun kung pwede o hindi. Dahil on our part, parang mabigat. In fact, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, lahat ng representative ng BARM na andito sa Kongreso ngayon, sumulat sa DBM at na-receive ng DBM ng September 1. Pero hindi rin nag-reply si DBM. Kaya, i-put forward ko na lang at the proper time, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, kung pwedeng i-delete na lang natin yung word exception para walang discriminatory. Hindi naman siguro kami papayag bilang mga representatives ng BARM na ipasa natin yung ganitong sitwasyon dahil ang dating nito parang merong diskriminasyon. So I hope at the proper time, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the distinguished sponsor and the DBM will agree for the amendment to delete the portion except the LGUs in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Can I get the commitment of the distinguished sponsor and the DBM, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, before I answer the question, dahil ako po sa araw na to ang taga-defend sa DBM, sila po ay sumulat. Nakatanggap nga po ako ng kopya. Nasama lang po siya sa lahat ng responses sa ating pong nagtanong sa kanila sa budget briefing. So nakita ko po ito. I can give you a copy of their response, which I summarized anyway. But, okay, para lang pong hindi naman po sa hindi po sila nagresponde sa inyo, but they did, and I've seen the letter. And number two, dun sa tanong nyo po, if DBM is willing to support, sa totoo lang po, hindi nyo po kailangan makiusap sa DBM dahil maliwanag po sa DBM family na the ball is in our court today. So tayo po ang bahala kung ano sa tingin natin ang nararapat na lengguwahe para sa special provision, para sa local government, sa financial assistance para sa LGUs ay tayo naman po ang masusunod. Yun po ang esensya ng power.
Pero just for the record, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, etong provision na to, noong 2019, wala po. So, ibig sabihin, gusto ko lang i-put on record, ang may proposal na to na naglagay, hindi ho si Congress, kung hindi si Department of Budget and Management. Am I correct, distinguished sponsor, Mr.
Yes, that is correct. Pero
Thank
nung
you. Just for the record.
in previous years as well, hindi po natin narinig itong magandang suggestion. But buti na lang po, today narinig natin itong recommendation. Palagay ko po, walang magdidisagree sa inyo dito. Kaya sa lalong mabilis na panahon, isubmit na lang po natin ang proposed amendments sa committee.
Maraming salamat, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. On the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region Special Provisions, meron hong Special Provision number 1, page 701, at sinasabi ho rito may block grant ang Bangsamoro Autonomous Region na 64.7 billion. Iba pa ho rito yung 2020, 2021, 2022 at sa 2023. Aside ho dito sa block grant, meron pang SDF. Aside dito sa SDF, meron pa ring 4 billion kung hindi ho ako nagkakamali. Itong national share nila sa tax. Ang tanong ko rito, sa huli ho, merong sinasabi rito sa provision na to na dapat mag-submit sila ng quarterly report at annual report. May I know from DBN and the Committee on Appropriation, kasi yun ang inatasan ng batas, kung meron tayong natanggap na information, letter o report mula sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, wala pong natanggap na report ang DBM. But just to clarify, of course, the DBM highly encourages, of course, this is an autonomous region, so what they can do is to encourage the BARM to submit reports, and it is also, and at the same time, yung non-submission of such a report is never going to be used as a reason for non-release of funds. So habang ine-encourage po, ay hanggang dun lang po ang pwede gawin ng DBM to encourage the BARM to submit reports.
Actually, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, nasa hindi lang ho to sa special provision ng GAA. Kung hindi, nasa Republic Act 11054 din na dapat mag-report sila annually and quarterly. So, ibig sabihin, mandated talaga sila mag-report. Hindi ko rin sinasabi na dapat harangin o hindi i-release ni DBM ang budget or ang block grant kasi mawawalan ng operation yung Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. But at the same time, DBM is mandated. The Bangsamoro Autonomous Regional Government is mandated to submit report because it is provided in Republic Act 11054, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Tama po.
So, ang baka pwede hong mag-suggest, if I may recommend, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na baka pwedeng sulatan ni DBM at ni Committee on Appropriation dahil Kongreso ang may gawa ng batas nun na mag-submit sila ng report. And in fact, ang sinasabi kung hindi ho sila makasubmit ng report, kahit i-publish na lang nila sa kanilang website. O kaninang umaga ho, pinatingnan ko yung website ng Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, wala hong nakapublish na report since 2020. So, yun ho yung mungkahi ng representasyong ito na kung pwede ho i-remind natin ang Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished. One last point.
Next week po, susulat ang DBM next week para i-remind.
Pwede bang makakuha tayo ng copy furnish nung letter ng DBM just for the record of this representation na talagang sinulatan ng DBM para kung merong pagkakataon ho na pwedeng pag-usapan with the Bangsamoro government na dapat regularly na masasubmit nila yung report sa Committee on Appropriation, sa Congress through Committee on Appropriation, and at the same time po sa DBM. Kanina ho, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, nakikinig ako sa discussion pero gusto kong ma-educate on this matter. Si 5.2 trillion is program appropriation, tama?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Si 588 is unprogram appropriation.
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Si program appropriation ay kasama sa fiscal space natin at si unprogram appropriation ay hindi ho kasama.
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
So ang ibig sabihin ba ho nito, yung unprogram fund for purposes lang ito, magkaroon ng budget authority ang ating gobyerno para hindi na bumalik sa Kongreso kung sakasakali kailangan.
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Noong nakaraang taon, kung halimbawa ho, merong savings, halimbawa may savings ang gobyerno doon sa 5.2 trillion, kahit anong class expense ba pwedeng gamitin dito sa unprogram fund?
Mr. Speaker, magkaiba po yun. Ang para sa unprogrammed funds ay maliwanag sa special provision. Number 1, excess revenues from non-tax sources. Number 2, new tax laws. Number 3, loan proceeds. So hindi po galing sa savings ang pagpondo po sa unprogrammed funds. Ang paggamit ng savings ayon sa Supreme Court is very specific, di ba? Pwede mo lang gamitin yan, if I'm not mistaken, to fund to fund existing programs na hindi pa po tapos, Mr. Speaker. So ito pong nandun sa unprogrammed appropriations, lahat po yan ay new programs po yan. So hindi po natin pwede talagang gamitin ang overall savings dyan, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Kanina ho, binabanggit natin doon sa contingent fund, nagbigay ho kayo ng halimbawa, in case magkaroon ng emergency, halimbawa katulad ng COVID, di ba binabanggit nyo, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, na pwedeng kunin ang pondo doon? Tama.
Ano tanong? Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Tama.
Pwede po.
Pero sa unprogrammed fund, meron din tayong 18 billion na pwedeng gamitin in case magkakaroon ng ganong problema.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Itong support for infrastructure projects and social program na 149.490 billion ho, meron ng ano to, kumbaga naka-line item o hindi? Hindi.
Mr. Speaker, as explained earlier to Representative Rosas, meron lang pong 22 billion for vaccines. But apart from that, wala po, Mr. Speaker.
Ano to, distinguished sponsor, sa public health or sa support to infrastructure? Ang sinasabi ko nga ho ngayon, yung sa support to infrastructure, kung meron tayong possible na listahan ng mga possible projects under dito sa 149.690.
Sa ngayon po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, wala pa po.
So, sino ho ang magde-determine nito in case na meron tayong excess revenue or makautang tayo para dito sa programang ito?
But who?
Si DBM, si Office of the President, or si DPWH?
Mr. Speaker, in practice, or at least recently, nanggagaling po ang directive from the Office of the President, Mr. Speaker, and with that directive, yung mga agencies would respond accordingly, meaning to say, kapag halimbawa, naging directive ng Presidente na gamitin ang Ncip, yung support for infrastructure projects and social programs para halimbawa sa pagbayad ng frontliners, then accordingly, DOH will make the necessary request to the DBM, Mr. Speaker.
So possible doon ito na mga hindi pa mga existing programs ang pwede niyang pondohan. Depende sa recurring situation.
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Ang one last question ko na, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Halimbawa ho, merong si OPAP ho, magkano yung budget proposal nila for 2023?
Proposal, Mr. Speaker, agency
budget proposal, yes, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Speaker, 1 minute suspension, please.
Session suspended.
Good. Mr. Speaker,
Session is resumed.
the proposal was 4.045 billion, and what was approved by the DBM was 1.891 billion, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, nasa 2 billion ho ang natapyas sa budget ng OPAP. Is that correct?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Anong programa yung natapyasan sa budget ng OPAP? Alam mo, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, kaya interesado ako rito. dahil nasa gitna tayo ng implementation ng agreement ng MILF at ng Government of the Philippines, of which isang pinaka-critical dyan yung decommissioning ng mga former combatants ng MILF. Nangangamba lang po ako, baka yun yung natapyas at hindi matuloy ang decommissioning. So lahat ng pinaghirapan ng ating pamahalaan sa loob ng 2 dekada, baka mapunta lang sa wala at babalik tayo sa dati nating problema, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Tama po, Mr. Speaker, the bulk of the budget cut was for decommissioning. And in fact, ngayon 2023, ang approved amount is 852.88 million, Mr. Speaker.
Dito ho ba sa list of unprogrammed funds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, saang item dito nakalagay na pwedeng ipasok yung natapyas na budget ng OPAP?
Mr. Speaker, pwede po sa Ncip.
May sip-sip ba rito?
Dito po sa 149.7, the first item, support for infra projects and social programs. Ang palayaw po niyan, Ncip.
Mr. Speaker, hindi po ako sip-sip. But with that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, gusto ko lang klaruhin na yung mga natapyas na yan, in case na kailangan ay merong pag-usapan at pagkukunan. So with that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I end my interpellation.
Tama po, and salamat po at naintindihan po natin ang wisdom behind the unprogrammed appropriation. Salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List for his interpellation.
Representative Raul Manuel is recognized. Please proceed.
Magandang hapon, Mr. Speaker. Ngayong araw sa ating kagalang-galang na sponsor. Balikan ko lang po yung tungkol sa staffing ng National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict. Dahil, Mr. Speaker, nasa Section 7 ng Executive Order 70 na lumikha sa NTF-ELCAC, na required ito na mag-submit ng organizational and staffing pattern sa DBM 2 months after ma-appoint yung executive director. Kasi dati nag-serve din as executive director nitong task force si Mr. Allen Capuyan, Mr. Speaker. So never po ba talaga nakapag-submit ng organizational and staffing pattern ang task force?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Kung ganun, Mr. Speaker, yung mismong mga dapat na mag-implement ng kanilang executive order ay hindi din pala sinunod kung ano yung nakasulat doon mismo sa order, Mr. Speaker. Kasi ang allotment para dun sa Office of the President, para sa National Secretariat ng NTF-ELCAC ay 100 million pesos na sa ganong figure bawat taon, Mr. Speaker. Hindi din natin tuloy makita kung ano yung magiging batayan para i-appoint yung iba pang mga officials nitong task force, Mr. Speaker. Baka nga ito din ay isa dun sa mga factors kung bakit kahit yung magtitiyak nung monitoring ng pondo ng NTF-ELCAC ay non-existent, Mr. Speaker. Also, may point din kung kailan aside sa pagkakaroon ng 2 spokesperson, nadagdagan pa ng 6. So merong 8 spokesperson para lang sa isang national task force, Mr. Speaker. Daig pa yung ibang mga ahensya ng gobyerno na kinakailangan ding mag-communicate ng maayos sa mamamayan ng kanilang mga function. With that, Mr. Speaker, we highly advise the DBM na wag itong palampasin dahil sila din naman yung nakasaad dun sa executive order na dapat magtiyak na merong organizational and staffing pattern ang NTF-ELCAC.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, paglilinaw ulit po, if I may, nung kanina po, tinanong ako ni Representative Brosas kung meron pong staffing pattern ang sinabmit. Ang sagot ko po ay wala. Ang dahilan po dito ay nagkakaroon lamang po ng staffing pattern kapag permanent po ang posisyon. Pero meron pong 36 na contractuals ang na empleyo dito sa NTF-LCAC. At ang nagastos po dito sa 36 contractuals ay 25.99 million pesos, Mr. Speaker. So, yun po ang paliwanag. Merong 36 na contractuals at hindi po sila permanent and therefore wala pong staffing pattern.
Mr. Speaker, how about yung mga naging spokesperson dati ng NTF-LCAC?
Mr. Speaker, hindi po sa ilalim ng NTF-LCAC ang spokesperson, kundi yata sa PCOO ayon sa DBM, Mr. Speaker.
Ibig sabihin ba, Mr. Speaker, yung 8 spokesperson, nasa ilalim sila lahat ng PCOO?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Sige. Mr. Speaker, we'd like to formally request na lang no, yung mga detalye dun sa 36 contractuals. Gusto lang din nating maging malinaw ito. No? At least bigyan ng kopya yung ating opisina, lalo na't ayaw nating napapalampas ano, yung iba't ibang mga usapin din regarding this task force.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, DBM shall submit the list.
Yun na lang muna, Mr. Speaker. Salamat, Madam Sponsor.
Salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that you recognize Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez of One Rider Party List for his interpellation.
Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez is recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, would the distinguished sponsor yield to some clarificatory questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, my line of questioning today will just pick up on some points that were left unanswered during the committee deliberations, committee hearing on this budget. And in regards to the DBM, I hope that they would indulge, that the distinguished sponsor would indulge me when my questions are more on policy rather than the actual budget of the DBM. Because what is our budget if we are unclear with the policy direction that we are taking? Mr. Speaker, my first question is on the motor users vehicle charge, the MVUC. I would like to ask, Mr. Speaker, the distinguished sponsor, if for under the 2022 General Appropriations Act, just to confirm, under Special Provision number 12, we have the special provision on the MVUC use through the Special Road Fund.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to confirm that under said special provision, there was no specific amount mentioned. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is for 2023.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, for the 2022 General Appropriations Act, the General Appropriations Act governing this current year.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Speaker. No amount specific.
No amount. Although, Mr. Speaker, just to clarify, for this current year, the DPWH is indeed dispersing amounts from the MVUC.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And for the proposed budget that we are now deliberating, under Special Provision number 9, we find here an amount of 15,192,000,000 also on the use of the Special Road Fund. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to ask the DBM, through the distinguished sponsor, of course, why is it that we now have a limitation for our special provision when, in fact, for the purpose of its use and disbursement, we were able to get through with it in the last General Appropriations Act?
Mr. Speaker, it was really just intended to improve upon previous practices. Hindi naman ibig sabihin na hindi natin ginawa dati ay ibig sabihin kailangan natin gawin yung hindi natin ginawa dati. Ang gusto natin dito is to improve upon current practices, kaya't minabuti ng DBM na lagyan ng amount. Kanina po sa minorya, wala kayong tinanong ko hindi, kailangan i-itemize, lagyan ng detail. At ngayon naman po na ang DBM ay tumpak at ginawa nila, naglagay po sila ng itemization at lagay ng detalye, ay tila naman po ay hindi kayo sumasangayon. So, but ngayon pa man, it is what amount was indicated for 2023 is exactly the same amount that was used for 2022. So this is really just for purposes of improved transparency, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, just to clarify, this representation does not disagree with the reasoning given. We are indeed 100% for transparency in our budget, and that we agree that there should be a number in our special provisions. We are not saying that we are displeased by the lack of, by the sudden implementation of a specific budget. However, what does come displeasing to this representation is a question of how we are using these funds. Because is it correct, Mr. Speaker, under our BESF, we could find that for the balance of December 2021, we still have 82 billion unused for the MBUC.
Mr. Speaker, yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is where this representation takes issue with the specification of a limit for our use of MBUC. We have currently 82 billion as of December 2021 sitting in the coffers of our National Treasury on an earmarked revenue with a specific purpose, which, to the mind of this representation, should be used. Mr. Speaker, just by way of manifestation, I just want to clarify that my concern for this MBUC is not without basis. As mentioned in previous agency deliberation, our concern was for the black spots or the intersections with major accidents in our road networks. And as representative of the motorists, this is of great concern of ours. Is it not, Mr. Speaker, that if we have the means of funding within our grasp, should we not disperse it instead of taking on more loans and increasing our debt service, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, let me explain. First of all, we have a budget ceiling of 5.268. Kung ang gusto natin ay gamitin ng buong buo ang 82 billion, ay kailangan natin idagdag dito sa ceiling ang 82 billion na yan. In other words, it requires an appropriation cover. So that's the reason for why the DBM needs to balance those two things. On one hand, they need to figure out total fiscal space, and on the other hand, they need to look at historical performance. So, kahit na nandyan ang pondo, doesn't mean kailangan mong ilabas lahat yan in one go. Kailangan nilang tignan ano absorptive capacity ng isang ahensya para sa pondo na yan. So, by the assessment of DBM and looking at historical performance, nasa ganun lamang ang nagagastos ng DPWH from that fund. And so, that's the reason for why ganun din ang naging amount for this year. However, nandyan pa rin ang 82 billion. So just in case the DPWH needs more funds from or needs to use more from this particular fund, ay pwede naman po nilang i-request yan. But of course, it would need an appropriation cover, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So that's the explanation. Hindi dahil hindi mo nakikita sa earmarked revenues na nasa BESF doesn't mean na nawala na po ang pondo. Nandyan pa lang yan. However, based on the assessment of DBM, ito lang ang sa tingin nilang magagamit this year. But if by some miracle, kinakailangan ng DBM, ng DPWH to use more from that balance, ay pwede naman po silang mag-request, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the distinguished sponsor for that response. And of course, I would have to respect the expertise of the DBM. Perhaps it is because I'm a neophyte that I have a problem grasping such concepts. But for this representation personally, logically speaking, it just seems that, especially in relation to taking on debt, which we are doing right now, if we have the funds, why don't we use it regardless of the absorptive capacity of a certain agency? Because most respectfully, for this representation, it would just be logical to use all of the funds that we already have for the purpose specified, decrease the general fund that has been used for that agency tantamount to the budget that we are putting in, and then not take the loan for that excess amount. But again, Mr. Speaker, I digress. I would leave it to the expertise of the DBM. This is just something that I would urge the agency consider, and perhaps something that this body would likewise consider for our amendment.
But Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. Over the years, we should look at possibly increasing this amount. But sa ngayon, due to limited fiscal space, ay nandito lang po sa 15.192. But moving forward, ay kami po ay kaisa sa inyong advocacy dito po sa black spots, isang word na bago ko natutunan ngayong budget briefing, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, one last point on the MVUC fund before we move on. Hopefully, given that 15 billion, maybe we can increase it a little more. Because if I understand correctly, historically, we've been receiving in funds around 17 billion. So at least if we can increase our expenditure more than what's coming in, para mabawasan na rin yung fund and make better use of it. Because at the rate that we're going, the fund will just increase and increase. And if we're just going to wait for the absorptive capacity of the agency to improve, then we'll just have this large fund sitting nowhere. We might as well decrease the fees that the constituency is carrying the burden of, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I agree with you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, on to my next point when it comes to, I'm now moving to DOTR and certain programs that they had. More specifically on service contracting, or what is more popularly known as libreng sakay. Mr. Speaker, am I correct that in the last budget we had around 12 billion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And for this budget, it was slashed to 0, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And Mr. Speaker, am I correct when I say that I just want to manifest for the body that during the committee hearings, there was a representative of the DBM with us during the DOTR deliberations. And I forget the name, but she mentioned that the reason why we did away with the libreng sakay was because it was a congressionally inserted budget for 2021 under Bayanihan to Heal as one.
If it's under Bayanihan, and I believe it was under Bayanihan, well, that's not an insertion, but an appropriation.
Appropriation. Sorry for the term. But Mr. Speaker, wouldn't it be correct then to say that if the DBM did indeed want to fund this, they could do so through a special provision in this budget? Mr. Speaker.
Well, not a special provision, but a line item.
Line item itself. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the clarification, distinguished sponsor. I just wanted to bring up again how I take issue with the response that was given by the DBM during the committee hearing when they said that they were basically passing the burden to Congress to fund this. I just take issue with that because it shows a lack of compassion in the prioritization of our funds. But moving forward, perhaps setting aside the reason that was given during the committee hearing, and since we are now deliberating the budget now, all that this representation can do is urge that our distinguished colleagues consider refunding this libreng sakay. As the distinguished sponsor said, we could still fund this as a line item.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, which leads me to the next program that was slashed, the fuel subsidy program. Mr. Speaker, although it might be beyond the purview of the agency, I would just like to ask if we have any strategies currently under the DBM to combat the rising fuel prices.
Rising fuel prices, Mr. Speaker, that's really all a result of something that is way beyond us, which is the Russo-Ukrainian war. But what we can do, of course, is to mitigate the effects of the rising oil prices. And of course, the DBM had, for example, released 2.5 billion pesos as of August 19, 2022 under the fuel subsidy program. And about 291,650 beneficiaries have already received subsidies ranging from 1,000 to 6,500 pesos. So in other words, all we can do, being a very small country, responding to something beyond us, is to mitigate the effects. And so one way to do that is to give direct or targeted subsidies such as this. Marami pa pong other programs like the fuel discount program of the DA, and we had released 500 million for that as of June 30, 2022. There's a targeted cash transfer program of the DSWD. We have released 6.2 billion pesos as of June 27, 2022. And the service contracting program of the DOTR, we have released about 7 billion pesos as of July 31. So ito po ang mga ginawa na po ng ating gobyerno, again, precisely to address that issue, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, I am glad that there's a confirmation of the need for the fuel subsidy program by saying that there is only so much that our country can do in mitigating its effects. That is precisely why, Mr. Speaker, I express my disappointment upon knowing that the DBM slashed the proposal for 5 billion to just 2.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, this also comes into mind in relation with Libreng Sakay, because precisely that very same representative of the DBM mentioned that one reason why they slashed the Libreng Sakay is because they already have the fuel subsidy program. I just would like to mention that this representation totally disagrees with that statement because this is serving two different kinds of constituents. Just because we have a fuel subsidy that will exist for this budget to alleviate the fuel expenses of our public utility vehicles does not mean that this cost cutting, that this decrease in expense will be trickled down to the regular pasahero. Because the Libreng Sakay, the direct beneficiaries of this, are actual commuters and not just the operators. So I see hand in hand, we need both Libreng Sakay and the fuel subsidy program to be fully funded in order to afford our citizens the subsidy and the ayuda that they deserve, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, we agree with the points, except again, at the end of the day, what we need to contend with is the limited fiscal space. But again, it is up to us what we wish to do with the Libreng Sakay, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, my last point on the DOTR programs is that for the bike lanes, which I hope the distinguished sponsor could appreciate. Our bike lanes, the funding, as I understood during the deliberations, was likewise slashed. And I would like to ask the DBM if currently they are happy with the state of our bike lanes in the country. Yes, we have 660 plus kilometers of accomplishment, but they are merely lane markings with plastic, flimsy bollards and obstacles that could barely protect our biking public. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I think it is beyond the expertise of the DBM to make a comment on bike lanes. But personally, because of the Bayanihan 2 Act, my district was able to benefit from newly constructed bike lanes, and my constituents are very, very happy with these. And I am one with you in supporting the idea of additional funding for this, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, distinguished sponsor. I'm glad that you are of one mind for this, that we are indeed pushing for a refunding of such proposal by the DOTR. Because taken as a whole, the DOTR merely had a budget of 66 billion in 2022. And for 2023, it rose all the way to a whopping 144 billion. But sad to say, as confirmed by the DOTR during the deliberations, 120 billion was dedicated to rail and only 1.7 billion was dedicated to road. While we are not to disagree with the vision of this administration that we have railroads all over the country, we have to consider that this would be a long-term goal, and we have to consider the right to urban mobility that is needed right now and which was provided by roads. Mr. Speaker, I hope our dear colleagues here consider that during the pandemic, when everything was slowing down, it was our riders, our bikers, our car drivers who kept us going. At the time when our economy was going down, it was, I believe, partially, a big part, the online commerce that kept the economy going, kept consumerism going. So I hope now that the COVID pandemic, we're seeing a little more light, we do not forget the sacrifices that our road network, that our road industry was doing for us. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to earnestly urge our colleagues to consider, for the period of amendments, refunding of Libreng Sakay, fuel subsidy program, and our bike lanes. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, we duly note all your observations and essentially agree with a lot of those, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, that is all on my part. I'd like to thank, of course, the officials of the department who are here now, and of course, our distinguished sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that you recognize Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Daza for his interpellation.
Representative Paul Daza is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. May I move for a minute suspension, Mr. Speaker?
Session suspended.
Sabihin mo kay Stella.
Tapos, boss,
I haven't.
Session is resumed. Representative Paul Daza, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. Will the sponsor yield to a few questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Earlier, it was disclosed that there are practices of some agencies that the DBM doesn't approve of. In particular, let's say interagency transfers, interdepartment transfers. My understanding is the DBM is having a hard time tracking interdepartment or interagency transfers. Is that correct? Or do they actually have, Mr. Speaker, a report on interagency or interdepartment transfer of funds?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, they do have difficulty. It's a challenge tracking interagency fund transfers.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And I sympathize with the DBM because with so many departments and so much funds, it's hard to track that daily, weekly, or monthly. So my question, Mr. Speaker, in some parts of the world, the DBM, the similar DBM in other parts of the world, and the agencies, departments, and even Congress uses what they call unified accounting system, meaning the financial accounting, all of what we're discussing is integrated. And I guess we're not at that point yet.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Speaker.
And is that something that the DBM would like to do? Would they think it's good practice to come up with some sort of a unified accounting system?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And are there any plans to do such? Do we have a budget allocation now for 2022 or 2023 to be able to do that? Is it a budget issue or is it a legislation issue?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. There's an ongoing initiative called IFMIS, which stands for Integrated Financial Management and Information System. And there is a proposed budget for 2023 amounting to amounting to 149 million, Mr. Speaker.
Is that sufficient, Mr. Speaker?
For the first phase, Mr. Speaker, yes, it is sufficient.
Okay, I think we're happy to hear that. There's positive steps in helping DBM and the government with a better system. So, for example, by next year, or maybe sometime in the future, concerns on interagency transfers will be picked up with that system now.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you can say that with the IFMIS.
Okay, I think that's good to hear. I think it will serve DBM and agencies and even the House. It'll be much easier to get reports, I guess. And I think that's positive news. Thank you. Thank you for that. In the unprogrammed funds, the biggest item is the support to foreign assisted projects. By definition, unprogrammed funds are really not for sure because it depends on a few things. Excess revenue, new taxes, foreign loans. So if I were to ask DBM to submit a list of possible usage of this, would there be such a list already? And it's just subject to meeting one of the conditionalities? Or is this just being prepared just in case something gets approved that's foreign assisted?
In the case of foreign assisted projects, Mr. Speaker, that's more or less a little bit more predictable because at this point in time, negotiations for those are already underway. What is more difficult to predict would really be the first two. The first being excess revenues from non-tax sources, and number two is, of course, waiting for Congress to pass new measures. But you're correct that, in essence, it is really a list of what can be spent on just in case any of these three scenarios materialize, Mr. Speaker.
And should there be excess revenues or new loans, does the DBM or the implementing office report to the House or and if so, which committee would those agencies make the report to?
Speaker, there is a reportorial requirement for unprogrammed funds. And if I may read that, the DBM shall submit to the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, the House Committee on Appro, and the Senate Committee on Finance, either in printed form or by way of electronic document, quarterly reports on releases from the unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's good to know that those reports are being forwarded to the House, to the Office of the Speaker. Another item in the unprogrammed funds is, it says here, is payment of arrears of LTO IT service. I assume that the nature, because it's unprogrammed, is this in relation to a pending claim or a pending case?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And in case we lose the case, the DBM's including it there. But what happens if it becomes payable, but we don't have the excess revenue or new taxes? What happens to something like a 2 billion claim against LTO IT?
Well, moving forward, we just provide for whatever can be paid for, given the available funds. But again, if the excess revenues amounting to 2 billion in this example don't materialize, then we are unable to pay for this, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, but it's good, it's here. At least it's being projected and it's being addressed. Now, on the special purpose funds, would the good sponsor be able to tell us, just to, in the interest of time, for the MPBF and the pension and gratuity fund, which is 27 billion and 183 for 2022, what remains undisbursed of these two amounts, which is over 200 billion?
You wish to know undisbursed 2022?
Yes, 2022.
Undisbursed or undisbursed?
Of the, Mr. Speaker, of the 27 billion miscellaneous personal benefits fund and the pension and gratuity fund of 183 billion. Just an estimate. An estimate would be good enough.
Balance, Mr. Speaker, as of August 31, 2022, for the MPBF is 1.131 billion pesos, Mr. Speaker. For the pension and gratuity fund, The balance as of the same date is 70.96 billion, Mr. Speaker.
That's 7-0, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, 7-0.
Now, for the NEP 2023, we noticed substantial increases in both lump sums or both SPF fund. May we ask why such a large increase, and were there additional hiring that made it necessary to do these increases for 2023?
Mr. Speaker, it's essentially to pay for the PS deficiencies that were experienced in 2022, given that in 2022, the GAA approved amount was about 10 billion lower than the proposed NEP amount. So PS deficiencies arose, and for example, arising from the creation of the new National Commission of Senior Citizens, as well as the new Department of Migrant Workers. As you know, then new positions had to be created, and so salaries for these new positions were charged against the, was charged against the MPBF for 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm somewhat doubtful of the need to do that. There's 70 billion remaining, which, as we know, is still good. My understanding is these two items would still be utilized for 2023, or are they just 1 year?
Wait,
They're
Mr.
good for
Speaker,
only 1 year?
just
The
to clarify,
2022?
the balance for the MPBF is just about 1.8 billion.
Yeah, and then the 70 billion for the PGF.
For the PGF. And so these, the justification for the increase in the MPBF would be the PS deficiencies that I had mentioned earlier. And in addition, the PBB payments, meaning the performance-based bonus payments that were due in 2020 but not yet paid, will be charged against this proposed 2023 fund, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
These two items for the 2022 are only valid for 1 year or 2 years?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
1 year.
Just 1 year.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the sponsor yielding to my questions. I'm very satisfied with the responses, and that ends my interpretation.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we request for a few minutes suspension?
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of a written manifestation from the Honorable Kong Adjong in line with the proposed budget of the Department of Budget and Management. I move that this be inserted into the records as part of the interpellation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of the proposed budget of the Department of Budget and Management.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move that we consider lump sum funds, and for this purpose, the Honorable Stella Kimbo be recognized as sponsor of said measure.
Honorable Stella Kimbo is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to answer questions.
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellation.
Representative Franz Castro is recognized to interpolate. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, yung question po natin ng lump sum, will focus on Ncip, Growth Equity Fund, and the Barangay Development Program. So, kanina po, Mr. Speaker, on the interpellation of previous interpellators, narinig po natin that in the support for infrastructure and social programs, which is 149,690,671,000. So, sabi po ng ating sponsor, Mr. Speaker, kalakhan ay hindi pa siya nadedetalye. Ang may detalye lang, halimbawa ay yung vaccines na 22 billion, pero narinig ko sa previous na mga briefings na meron din kabilang dito yung health workers benefits na 18 billion. Tama po ba ako doon? Nakapaloob din po ba sa Ncip na 149.6 billion yung 18 billion na benefits for health workers?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's correct.
Yes. So, kung ilalagay po natin yun, that is 40. So, ibig sabihin nun, merong 101 billion na hindi pa nadedetalye na ang magdidetermine. Sino po ba ang magdidetermine nito? Ang DBM.
Well, again, as I had explained earlier, the directive will come from the Office of the President.
Yes.
At kapag napaliwanag na ng Pangulo kung ano ang paggagamitan and kaso po na naging available ang mga pondo, ay ang mga ahensya naman po ang siya pong a-action po doon. Ibig sabihin, they will start the ball rolling by making requests to the DBM.
So, ibig sabihin nun, so ganun pa rin, dahil walang detalye yan, yung 100 billion na yan, 101 billion on the discretion of the President, Office of the President. So, pinapalagay namin yan ay, dahil discretion yan, that is for, tama po ba? Kasi lalabas na, Mr. Speaker, kung magre-request lang yung mga agencies natin, lalabas kapag magre-request ang mga agencies, so, doon lang ibibigay. So, on the discretion, di ba pinagbabawal yung discretion? Although meron tayong ganito na pondo, pero kung hindi ito naka-detailed, hindi naka-line item, ay considered ito as parang pork.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang sabi po natin, ito po ay based on a policy direction, hindi po discretion. So, magbabalangkas po ang ating Pangulo ng isang polisiya na siya po ang aaksyonan po ng ating ahensya. Ganun po ang paggamit nitong unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, okay. So, ano po yung batayan ng paglobo ng pondo? Dahil sa GAA 2022, it was 13.19 billion na naging 149 billion. So, ang ibig sabihin yan, more than 1,000% ang inilobo nitong sip-sip na to. Kung titignan naman natin noong GAA 2020, ay ito ay lang to, ay under the GAA 2021, 9.84. Ano po yung batayan ng 1,000 increase dito sa SIP-SIP? Kasi kung titignan natin sa pinaggamitan ng DBM, nung 11.87 billion ang ginamit na pondo para sa SIP-SIP, pinakamalaki ang inilaan sa DA, Office of the Secretary, yun nga yung RCEP, 5.47, DepEd, Office of the Secretary, additional funding requirements for senior high school voucher, na 4.78, yung ALGU, provision for assistance to low-income population of various LGUs in NCR, Bataan, Province of Laguna, 1.54 billion, another ALGU, additional financial assistance to LGU affected by Typhoon Odette, 4.85 billion. So, meron po bang special na computation para dito sa paglobo ng 1,000% na nitong SIP-SIP?
Wala pong formula. Wala pong formula, Mr. Speaker.
So how did the DBM come up with this 149 billion, Mr. Speaker? Kasi kung titignan natin, itong SIP-SIP na ito, mula 2020-2021, hindi naman to umabot ng ganito kalaki.
Well, ang general po na naging basis for why malaki ang naging increase dito po sa Ncip is because pag titignan po natin ang total na 588 billion, most of that, which is the 380.6, is just for the railway projects of DOTR. So ang lumalabas, pag tinanggal po natin yan, ay parang nasa 200 lamang ang ating unprogrammed appropriations for purposes of expenses na hindi natin ma-foresee moving forward. And idadagdag ko na rin po, ito pong Ncip ay may desisyon na po ang Supreme Court sa legality po nitong pondo na to. So doon po sa Bellica versus Ochoa case, doon po naging nilinaw ng ating Supreme Court na itong Ncip, because sufficient detail is provided, ay ito po ay it complies with the requirements of the Constitution.
Tama yun, sufficient detail. Pero wala nga dito ngayon sa 2023. Kaya nasabi siguro doon sa Ncip for the last sa mga ibang taon ay ganon. Pero dito ngayon sa 2023 natin, hindi naman supported ito ng mga details. Di po ba?
Well, ganun din po. There was never more detail than what you see today. And gayon pa man, despite the kind of detail that you wish for, nag-rule na po ang Supreme Court dito na siya po ay sapat at constitutional po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. So, still, nananatili pa rin siyang undetailed for 2023 budget. So, incomplete yung detail niya to say the exact word. Ito, katulad po ng AFP Modernization Program na 5 billion, ito po may detailed. Ibinigay sa atin yan ng DND. Itong mga risk management program na 1 billion, so hindi rin natin yan nakita yung detail dito sa ating budget. And also, itong yung support to foreign assisted projects na 380.5 billion. Okay?
Mr. Speaker, kailangan din natin intindihin na ito pong 149 ay pwede naman po yan unti-untihin. So ibig sabihin, as you proceed, kung biglang kinailangan po natin na halimbawa pondohan, magbigay ng assistance or magtayo ng infrastructure na nasalanta ng isang bagyo, ay pwede natin gawin yon. So kunwari out of the 149, ang kailangan mo 9 billion to be given for infrastructure projects in calamity-stricken area, pwede po yon as long as new revenues are generated. So in that case, again, following the nature of the fund na ito po ay standby, ay arguably the requirement for detail is not as high as it should be for the programmed appropriations, Mr. Speaker, Madam.
Okay, naintindihan ko po yun, parang standby fund. So, just the same, yung nature pa rin ng pondo na ito ay yung with discretion pa rin ng Office of the Vice President. So, yun yung malinaw doon na kahit na ano pa man yan, na halimbawa, dumating yung pagkakataon at the middle of the year na mangailangan ng ganito, discretion pa rin
Based on policy direction. You may argue that it is discretion, as it is the case in any judgment call made by any executive, but with very clear policy directions as articulated in the medium-term fiscal framework, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll go to another question. Bakit hindi hiwalay na budget line item para sa RCEP, Rice Farmers Financial Assistant? Bakit siya nakalagay pa rin dun sa SIPSIP? Di ba dapat meron siyang, dahil may specific na batas na ito, dapat ito ay may hiwalay na line item para dito?
Mr. Speaker, yung pong RCEF is not part of SIPSIP. Ang RCEF was released as a result of the collection of rice tariffs exceeding 10 billion pesos. Yung pong dahilan kung bakit nirelease po yung excess over 10 billion. And of course, again, bakit siya nilagay sa program? Because at the start of the year, hindi mo naman alam kung magkano ang kakolektahin na rice tariffs. Pero ang gusto natin, en kaso na talagang na-exceed natin ang 10 billion mark, we want to have standby appropriations. So yun po ang dahilan kung bakit nakapag-release tayo ng how much? About 9 billion. So that was in excess of the 10 billion previously collected. So yun ang dahilan kung bakit nakapagbigay tayo ng assistance sa ating farmers.
Yes, okay. So nilalagay din po natin yon as part doon sa SIPSIP at part pa rin siya.
Hindi po siya part of SIPSIP. Ay, doon po. Sorry, I stand corrected. Kasama siya sa SIPSIP, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, talagang kasama siya sa SIPSIP kasi sinasabi po na sponsor natin kanina, Mr. Speaker, na hindi nga natin alam kung magkano yung makakolekta. So dahil nag-exceed tayo doon sa sinasabing 10 billion, so nakalagay pa rin siya doon sa, still nakalagay pa rin siya doon sa SIPSIP. Ano po yung kaibahan ng SIPSIP sa contingent fund at calamity fund? So dito po sa lump sum, marami po yung nakalagay doon sa iba't ibang dito sa without line agencies, halimbawa fund subsidies for contingencies ay 6 billion, NDRRMF calamity fund Marawi siege victims compensation fund 1 billion, calamity fund Marawi recovery rehabilitation tinanggal na siya dito sa 2023. So yun, ano po yung kaibahan nung SIPSIP sa contingent fund at calamity fund? At bakit may mga ilang mga may nasa SIPSIP, halimbawa, yung napansin natin nakasama rin sa pinondohan noong 2021 ang financial assistance to LGU na sinalanta ng Odette na nandoon po sa SIPSIP. So bakit hindi po siya sa contingent fund?
So again po, yung pong nasa unprogrammed fund, wala pa pong inaasahan na funds as of today. Pero inaasahan natin katulad po ng rice tariffs, just in case lang po na makakolekta tayo ng higit 10 billion, ay mabuti nang merong appropriation. Kaya po siya nalagay sa unprogrammed. In the case of contingent fund, gusto natin na in kaso magkaroon ng bagyo, ay meron ng available na appropriations na hindi nakabase sa kung meron o walang pondo. So biruin nyo, kung halimbawa po kami sa Marikina, nasa lanta po, at kinailangan po ng construction ng mga kalsada, ayaw naman po natin na sabihin sa atin ng DBM, maghintay muna kayo Marikina, kailangan makolekta muna ang DOF ng higit sa kanilang target. Hindi naman po pwedeng ganon. So those are two very different situations. Now, in the case of rice tariffs, because the nature is it's an earmarked revenue which you cannot predict with certainty. Yun ang talagang magandang example na ilagay sa unprogrammed fund, Mr. Speaker. So kailangan natin linawin, kailangan maging malinaw sa atin kung anong pagkakaiba ng mga funds na yun. So again, pag nasa contingent fund, It's subject to uncertainty, but we would want the government to release the funds as soon as it is needed and not subject to fund availability, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ang tanong ko nga kanina, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, sa example ng expenditure natin ng 2021 na Ncip. So halimbawa po, yung sinalanta ng Typhoon Odette, bakit kinuha natin siya doon sa Ncip at hindi sa contingent fund or sa calamity fund? Ano po yung naging sitwasyon noon?
So, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, could you kindly repeat the question?
Kanina po, Mr. Speaker, pinag-iiba natin itong mga lump sum fund na whether unprogrammed or nando sa lump sum, yung Ncip, contingent fund at saka yung calamity fund. Kasi napansin natin doon sa naging expenses natin before, doon sa Ncip, isa yung Typhoon Odette na financial assistance to LGU. So bakit po siya napunta sa Ncip? Hindi po ba dapat sa calamity fund or maybe sa contingent fund?
Kasi siya po ay ayuda at hindi po siya magko-qualify sa calamity fund, Mr. Speaker. May conditions kasi, very specific ang conditions for the release of calamity funds as well as contingent funds. Nagkataon po na ang ayuda does not satisfy those conditions. In which case, because of course, I'm sure you will agree with me, Rep. Castro, na very important to give the ayuda. Kaya yun po naging nakikita natin kung bakit under certain conditions, napaka-importante na meron tayong katulad ng unprogrammed appropriations. Kung wala pong unprogrammed appropriations at kinailangan natin magbigay ng ayuda, wala pong appropriate appropriations. Ang mangyayari po niyan, kailangan pang mag-convene ng Congress, kailangan pang magpasa ng supplemental budget.
So thank you for that.
Yun ang wisdom po behind that.
So thank you, distinguished sponsor, for that clarification. Now we go to growth equity fund. On the details of the 13 billion ALGO LGSF for the fiscal year 2023, so ito na yung sinasabi nating 13.87 billion. Tama po ba yung sa GEF?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, 13.8 billion.
13.8 billion. Okay? Sino yung namimili ng mga LGU beneficiaries na bibigyan ng pondo sa ilalim ng Growth Equity Fund? Kasi tumaas ito, Mr. Speaker, from 1.25 billion, lumobo ang Growth Equity Fund patungong 13.87.
Yes,
so sino po yung namimili dyan? Kung sino yung bibigyang mga LGU? 1,000% pa rin yung increase.
Well, una sa lahat, kaya nagkaroon ng ganong kalaking increases because in the previous GAA, umiat, diba? Well, una sa lahat po sa GAA 2022, lumiit ang Growth Equity Fund compared to the NEP 2022 amount. So, kumbaga, and again, ang wisdom siguro noon ng Kongreso is because hindi pa naman naging malinaw ang pagpapatupad ng devolution, ng full devolution. Pero sa ngayon po, given EO 138 as well as given that many agencies, I believe 15 agencies have already submitted their devolution transition plans, ay nasa isang situation tayo na mas pwede na natin ma-implement ang partial devolution. And ito pong Growth Equity Fund is really to support that. Kasi ibig sabihin nun, for 4 to 6 class municipalities na obviously inaasahan natin na hindi naman nila kakayanin na i-shoulder ang cost ng mga devolved functions, kaya nagkaroon po tayo ng isang Growth Equity Fund. So paano pinipili? Una sa lahat, kailangan between 4 to 6 class municipality ka lang. Number 2, yung specific agencies po under the devolution transition plans would have a framework on how to choose particular beneficiaries. For example, in the case of DOH, sa kanilang HFEP, meron po silang category 1 to 4. Yung pong high need and low capacity, ito po ang uunahin nila para po sa HFEP. So those kinds of frameworks ang ginagamit para po sa Growth Equity Fund.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, for that clarification. So, yun nga po, no, dahil hindi pa naman na-determine, ang criteria lang based doon sa Executive Order 138, 4 to 6 class municipalities. So, ganito ba talaga kataas yung dapat na i-increase ng GEF na 1,000%? So, ano nga po yung batayan? Yun po yung tinatanong ko. At as of this date, yung pong binigay sa akin na sulat ng DBM, at ngayon lang, sabi naman dito, the DBCC has not yet determined the criteria to be used in the allocation of 2023 LGSF GEF.
Again,
so, yun ang gusto kong linawin. So, paano nag-come up ng ganito kalaki? Meron na ba tayo mga na-determine na mga 4 to 6 classes na municipalities? At magkano ba yung ia-allot per municipalities, Mr. Speaker?
well, again, the reason for why biglang lumaki is because in 2022, the NEP amount was about 10 billion pesos, pero binabaan po ng Kongreso at naging about 1.25 billion lamang. So, 2023, kaya po tumaas yan, ay hinabol po yung dati pong nakat doon po sa Growth Equity Fund.
So, nagamit po ba yung
magpapatupad po ng EO 138 moving forward dun sa partial devolution.
Nagamit po ba yung 1.21 billion, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, that is fully released.
So, pwede po bang makakuha ng kopya kung alin-aling pong mga fourth class municipalities? At dito sa 1.25 billion, ilan pa yung hindi pa naibibigay doon sa beneficiaries? Kasi alam ko, merong mga nagsasabi sa atin na merong mga municipalities na hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa nire-release despite the fact na nakapagbigay na sila o nakapag-submit na sila ng mga requirements due to this GEF.
Mr. Speaker, we will provide a list of LG beneficiaries.
At saka yung mga hindi pa po nabibigay or ongoing.
And including the target beneficiaries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next, on the BDP, Mr. Speaker, based on the documents submitted by the DBM, on the list of beneficiaries of barangay for the NTF LCAC under the LGSP SBDP, nakalagay po dito no yung nila, yung explanation nila. Pero ang tanong ko po dito, ano yung naging batayan ng 10 billion na budget kung sasabihin natin yung 959 na barangays na sinabi po nung sa interpellation sa DILG. Pero ang tanong ko po, anong araw nilabas ng Pangulong Marcos ang kanyang budget message po? August 22, 2022. Anong araw po lumabas ang NEP 2023? August 22, 2022. So anong araw pong sinumite, anong araw po na isumite ng NTF LCAC ang kanilang listahan ng mga barangay, considering nga doon sa qualification and criteria, cleared and threatened na barangay. So, ang sinasabi ko lang po dito, Mr. Speaker, ganun na lang ba kadali sa DBM na mag-accept or magpondo ng 10 billion na 10 billion budget na hindi pa naman na isusumite yung mga barangays na binabanggit. During yung briefing natin, sabi nila ay hindi pa kumpleto. So paano po yun? Kasi sinasabi natin kanina, nagiging prudent and justifiable tayo sa pagbibigay ng budget. Kahit na sa anumang yan na ahensya. Pero bakit dito sa NTF-LCAC ay napaka-lenient natin doon sa pagbibigay ng pagbibigay ng ganito kalaki na budget para dito. And yet, wala pa naman na insasumite as of halimbawa August 25.
Mr. Speaker, as to the date when the list was transmitted to the DBM, tama po, August 25 ang liham ng NTF-LCAC sa DBM. And in this August 25 letter, it indicated that 959 barangays have been cleared and will be included as beneficiary barangays for 2023 LGSF SB.
So, ibig sabihin...
In addition, there is an estimated budget of 10.4 million pesos per barangay.
So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, nung tinanong natin, nung briefing sa DBCC, ay sinabi kasi ng ating secretary ng DBM na hindi pa siya kompleto.
Well,
yes, naalala ko yun.
If my memory serves me right, the DBCC hearing was August 26. Baka naman hindi pa nakita ng ating secretary ang liham. But anyway, no harm done because the list was immediately transmitted to the Committee on Appropriations as a result of that budget briefing and as a result of your interpellation, Rep. Castro. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so to wrap up, Mr. Speaker, sinasabi natin dito na naglalaan ang Marcos administration ng 10 billion na NTF-LCAC kahit walang batayan na kahit ano. Wala pang listahan ng barangay, walang mga programa. Yung sa sinabi natin doon sa briefing na doon sa sinabi natin na briefing po ng DBCC. So sana po ay maging prudent and justifiable din tayo doon sa pagbibigay ng budget. Kasi nagiging mahigpit tayo sa iba't ibang mga agency and yet ito ay napaka-lenient. So yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Yes, and Mr. Speaker, ulitin ko lang po, nandito ang listahan. Salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Representative Manuel from Kabataan Party List.
Representative Raul Manuel is recognized. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon again, Madam Sponsor. Ilang katanungan lamang po. Magkano po ulit yung sa Ncip?
149 po, Mr. Speaker.
149 billion pesos. Mr. Speaker, since hindi naman isang pagsakad na makukuha agad ng ating bansa yung 149 billion pesos, example, may pondo po tayo dumating, 50 billion pesos. Paano po yung proseso ng pag-allocate ng 50 billion pesos?
Uulitin ko po for the 5th time. Ang directive po ay nagagaling sa ating Pangulo, after which our agencies respond to that policy directive, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, what stops Congress from holding on to its power to appropriate such funds? Example, sa 2023, mag-legislate po tayo ng batas para ma-allocate yung 50 billion pesos.
Nothing, Mr. Speaker.
Yon. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that Congress is giving up such power para pag-usapan, siyasatin, pagdebatihan at aprubahan ang allocation ng 100 bilyong pondo mula sa kabanang bayan. Yun lamang, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize a senior Deputy Minority Leader, Congressman Daza.
Representative Paul Daza is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Considering there are no more members from the minority who wishes to interpolate, I move to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate for the lump sum.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the minority in their motion to terminate the deliberations on the proposed budget for lump sum funds. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpolations on the proposed budget of the lump sum funds. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The interpolations on the proposed budget of lump sum funds is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have here with us the guests of Speaker Martin Romualdez. May I ask them to rise as I call their names? The first one is Ms. Lani Velasco, the President of the Philippine Swimming Incorporated, or PSI. Who's at the back? The second one is Mr. Luca Gabrillo, the 2020 head coach of the Israeli team in charge of preparing right now our star Olympian. And the next one is actually Miss Kyla Sanchez, a full-blooded Filipina who swam for Canada and won the silver, bronze at the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. And last June 30, Ma'am Kyla Sanchez decided to change sports nationality and will be representing the Philippines in the 2024 Paris Olympics.
The guest of Speaker Martin Romualdez is recognized. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we ask for a 1-minute suspension.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
we would like to resume the consideration for the proposed budget for the Department of Budget Management. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The interpolation of the proposed budget of the Department of Budget and Management is hereby resumed.
And we would like to again recognize the sponsor, Congresswoman Stella Kimbo. So move, Mr.
Representative
Speaker.
Stella Kimbo is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, ready to answer questions.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to recognize the Minority Leader, Congressman Nonoy Libanen.
Minority Leader Representative Marcelino Libanan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, move to suspend, please.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Minority Leader, the Honorable Nonoy Libanan.
The Honorable Minority Leader, Representative Marcelino Libanan, is recognized.
Tapos din.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the distinguished sponsor if she's willing to answer some interpellations.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would like to manifest our appreciation that the Secretary of DBM is here. And normally, the House will not tackle the budget of any department unless the head of that department is around. But we understand that the DBM Secretary was in the Senate because of the Commission on Appointments hearing, and we'd like to congratulate her for the confirmation, the Commission on Appointments. Mr. Speaker, tayo po'y nagagalak na mayroon na tayong bagong DBM Secretary. At isa po na naobserbahan po natin na sa usapin ng computerization, sana hindi na mangyari yung manangyari noon na kung ano-ano ang binibili nating mga computers at may iba't ibang platform, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tama po ba ng DICT ay ang binigyan natin ng kapangyarihan para ayusin ang ating digitalization ng lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno sa ating bansa?
Tama po. Yan ang mandato ng DICT, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, naobserbahan ko po sa budget na presenta sa atin, iba't ibang ahensya ay may sariling pondo ng digitalization, Mr. Speaker. Pwede po bang ma-interconnect natin ito sa pamamaraan na paghingi ng approval ng DICT para magkakilala itong mga computer system na ating gagawin for 2023, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po. Yan ang layunin, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, dahil sa budget po ay nakikita po natin na between 12 to 13 billion ang nakapaloob nito sa computerisasyon. At kung mag-iiba-iba po ang mga systems at yung mga servers at mga programs po nito, baka masayang ang pera ng taong bayan. Mr. Speaker, naging commissioner po ako ng Bureau of Immigration at ginawa po namin yung digitalization doon na hindi po kami humingi ng appropriations from Congress. At in-interconnect po namin ang Department of Foreign Affairs, ang POEA, ang NBI, at pati na sa airport at buong Pilipinas po na interconnect namin. Ginawa po namin ito sa Bureau of Immigration at makikita po ninyo ang system ngayon. Sana po sa darating na taon, hindi na mahuli ang ating bansa. Seryosohin po natin ang digitalization at nasa kamay din po ito ng DBM at ng ating pamahalaan. Can we get that assurance, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the DBM commits to working on this very important goal of interconnecting all of the individual systems in our agencies, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, huli na po itong deliberation ng ating budget. And it appears that no other member of the minority would like to interpolate the Department of Budget and Management. Mr. Speaker, I therefore move that we end the period for interpellation on the Department of Budget and Management. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the minority in their motion to terminate the deliberations on the proposed budget of the Department of Budget and Management. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, and all its attached agencies, Mr. Speaker.
And all its attached agencies, Mr. Speaker. So moved.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpolations on the proposed budget of the Department of Budget and Management, including attached agencies. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The interpolations on the proposed budget of the Department of Budget and Management, including attached agencies, is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
We move to suspend, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Thank you.
At wing.
Tangan kita.
I'll be right back.
Papasalamat lang ko ni Steve. Akong dawa ko doon niya ba?